Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'll serve in a second in the other areas. So we'll all be joining us here. Get some attention. We are going to get started. First of all, welcome to the P4 Hub. For those of you who may be here for the very first time, we're welcome here. We launched the P4 Hub in 2022, this last year. In March 2022, some of you joined us for our ribbon cutting. The P4, you see the logo here, stands for Public, Private, Philanthropic Partnership Hub to advance racial equity and access in our region. Over the last year, we've had tremendous events here. For those of you who may have been following us or attending events for many years, for our UPN network, we know we moved around a lot of different venues for years, and now we're going to bring it home to our own place. So thank you all for being supporters for many years. For those who may not know, we also have another 7,500 square feet back there. So 4,000 here, another 7,500 square feet that we're building out as well to have urban space, content creation space, our offices. So a lot of exciting things in 2023 that's in store as well. So we hope that you stay tuned to all the things that we have going on. For those who are part of our UPN network, it is now the BBEx network, which stands for Black and Brown Excellence. Really focus on how do we normalize Black and Brown excellence in our city to break that spirit of mediocrity, if you will, and make sure that we take ourselves and our families and to the next level. Not just financially, but also how we make sure that we be an example for the next generation as well, right? And really being to give, to get, to make sure that we are our brother's keeper, our sister's keeper, if you will, to make sure that we excel in all facets of life through partnership, through network that we've done for many years. So today, I have an opportunity to introduce some individuals who are exemplifying that as well. We talked about it in our launch event. We said we're going to normalize excellence, if you will. And I want the guests who are coming to the front to talk about wealth building, to share with you not only the things that they're doing, but also ways they're helping other people to do the same thing as well. So I'm going to ask our presenters, or actually our panelists, to join us from the back VIP room here. So you all can join us on stage. There are microphones on the stage as well. We'll share 3 of those microphones. Yes. Please give a round of applause. So we're going to go down the line here. We've got a lot of folks here. So we're going to spend the time here just really sharing a little bit about maybe more lightning round opportunity this year about their background, how they are actually, kind of the area I asked them to share about. Many of them wear a lot of hats, but I asked them to share specifically about what they do and how the areas that we actually speak about, how folks in the room can take advantage of that. Just on our left, we have Senator Sharif Street. Give a round of applause. This district right here, and it is just either in the Senate doing amazing things. Also, we have Richard Snow, who's not here. Give a round of applause. And he's going to talk about basically franchising. He's actually the U.S. lead for this thing on franchising. Also, we have Shelton Mercer. Give him a round of applause. Shelton has been a tech entrepreneur. He's had multiple successful exits in tech, and he's also built an ecosystem, if you will, to help entrepreneurs to excel. So they'll all share a little more about what they do as well. We have Gordon Christo. We're Gordon, a round of applause. Gordon came in from you're in New York. New York. People traveling from New York, Gordon used to be a mentor, and now he's mentoring so many people across the country, and he's in the real estate space, a real estate professional. And I'm talking about Airbnb and short-term rentals and opportunities to take advantage of that. We have Ayana, actually with Resilient Coders. nationally, wow, folks like Philadelphia, but the National Executive Director for Resilient Coders, and they are doing phenomenal work around helping folks who don't even have 4-year degrees to get into the tech space. And they're coming out making 90 grand and up after going through their program. I'm saying board program is part of our board program as well, currently. So give a round of applause for Ayana. Last but not least is Nikki Ferguson. Nikki is part of she has a startup called Hair Gap. I met her when she came to Philadelphia through Chase, right? And was leading their kind of CRA and philanthropy type stuff. And she actually recently stepped out on faith and started her path around basically helping folks buy real estate. I know she's been buying real estate in New York for many, many years, and has really done some great things, and now is helping other people to do that and share a space as well. So give them all a round of applause one time. We would like to Senator Sharif Street, and I think everyone also would like to go on the Senator's at the bottom, so just make sure, try not to cover that, otherwise we'll get that static that we got. So first I want Senator Street to just share with us, we're talking about government contracting. Some people just don't understand. You may have a business and you have clients, B2B clients, you may have some B2C clients, and you're surprised by how much the government does business and spends billions of dollars on the local, state, and federal level, and how you can take advantage of those opportunities. I recently went to an event that he goes every year around doing business with the government, so you want to look out for those events that he hosts. And I also wanted to share today with all of you, if you do have a business or looking to start a business, how the government can be a partner and actually in their motivation to do business with you as well. So without further ado, Street.
Thank you. Look, so government does a tremendous amount of business. And I think folks grossly underestimate the scale and the scope of what the government spend is. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will spend out of state resources somewhere around $35 billion this year for the current fiscal year, and then may spend almost as much of that in additional money in federal money that flows through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So there is no entity in the state spending more money than the state. The city of Philadelphia will spend about $5 billion a year, and then we'll also spend money that are state funds in the city of Rex. So you're talking about a skill that is massive. People tend to think about when discretionary grants are given out, or legislative grants where there's a very small portion of the budget, probably a few $100 million, which sounds like a lot, but the scale is billions and billions, 35 billion is very small. Where legislators keep the rights on that money, you certainly contact legislators about that. One of the things we would take some time is to look at the real spend of the government. For instance, there are 2,701 miles of road in Pennsylvania that has to be Philadelphia alone, let alone the tens of thousands of miles of road in Pennsylvania has to be repaved. Those are performance-based contracts to provide services. They're not legislative discretionary grants, but those contracts are much bigger. When you look at the tech services, the Commonwealth will procure hundreds of millions of dollars in tech services. Pretty much anything that you can think of, the Commonwealth needs to procure. And what I look at people to do, what I encourage folks to do, is whatever business you're in, don't just look at the legislative discretionary grants, which I said is probably maybe 300 million out of 35 million. But look at the basic operating services of departments. Look at how much money are we going to do in land estimation for restoration for wetlands, right? If you're in landscaping. A typical private business may say, we have, an area, a couple baseball fields, football fields large, we just in government, they say we have, 40 miles. It's just a tremendous, the spend is always going to be much bigger. And what happens is while government contracts tend to be a little bit more cumbersome in terms of getting into them, because there's more paperwork, the government also is more likely to renew. And more likely, once you're in that space doing that work, to be able to do it for a very long time. And that is both an advantage and a disadvantage. A disadvantage if you're like many folks in our community. I don't think we do a good enough job as a government looking at how to find new competitive people. But on the other hand, if you're a private business person, you get one of those contracts, it is likely that unless you mess it up real bad, it will be renewed for some period of time. And so even though you're investing more maybe in soft costs and in the space, the likelihood that you can stay in that space for a while is much higher, and it allows you to have some predictable revenue that, quite frankly, when you go to then borrow money to do other ventures that are not government, your government contracts tend to improve the rate that you're going to be able to get when you're doing private financing. So I encourage folks to take a serious look at it. We do the format each year. We actually do a couple of them. We did 2 this year with a wealth one about building wealth. We did 1 specifically around diversifying doing business with the government. We do it not just for state government, we do federal, state, and local. Congress veterans and others help partner with us to get federal participants in it as well. We just think it's important that our folks who are in business start looking at how to do business with the government and do business beyond merely getting some legislative discretionary grants.
Awesome, thank you, appreciate that. And just a quick question, Senator, how is someone get started just finding where those opportunities are?
Well, look, I certainly, most legislative offices, my office, we have multiple staff that can help you in the process. But I would say before you do that, think about what business you're doing, think about what operating departments might have, what services you're providing. And I wouldn't necessarily start by looking at what contracts are being met, but start looking at what services are being provided. If you're in landscape, look at the department. If you're in, doing something like usually a skill landscape, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Department of Housing and Urban Development, Department of Environmental Protection. Those are all places where I look at what are the services that are being provided, and then try to look at what services are being provided externally as opposed to internally. And then you can then come to us and say, well, when do you think these contracts are likely to be up? Because that part may be hard to figure out. But it's not going to be hard to figure out what services are being externally provided by external vendors. And then if there is a service that's being provided by an external vendor, and you think you can do it, they come to us and say, can you figure out when these contracts are going to be let up, are going to be renewed? Because most of these contracts are renewed on a fairly periodic basis.
Awesome, thank you so much. Give you a round of applause for that great information. As I mentioned, Richard Snow helps people across the country to actually start franchises. So you can buy a franchise or even start your own franchise. So you have a concept that you want to scale and be a franchisor. He's actually helping organizations around that. And Richard, if you don't mind just sharing a little bit about franchising and why it's a great opportunity for folks. I know we had a junior for Richmond, who's actually a former basketball player, and he's bought upwards to hundreds of Wendy's. And I hear so many folks who actually buy multiple franchises. How would one get into it? And just sort of a little about the opportunity around franchising.
Excellent. So, as you mentioned, I'm the Vice President for the SBA National Franchise Program for Business Bank. I'm also the Chair for the International Franchise Association, Black Franchise Leadership Council. And what we focus on is how we can create more equity within the space of franchising. There are over 700,000 franchise units, but Black entrepreneurs only take up 8% of that. That's plural. So we're here to have that conversation to change that, to create access to capital, education, marketing, and community. So how are you able to get into franchising? So there's 2 ways. You have a franchisor and you have a franchisee. The zor is typically the owner, the individual that owns it and sells out the rights, or somebody buys into the rights of that particular organization. So if you have a business, you have a cult following in your market, then you have the opportunity to create a franchise. It's just building out your standard operating procedures, getting together with the right team to be able to scale that particular company. Now, if you're a person who says, okay, I have these skill sets and I'm looking to utilize them in a particular business, most of the time in Black community, we think about franchising as McDonald's or food services because that's what we see. But franchising is professional services, industrial services, human services, anything out there that you can really think of that can be replicated and scale. So if you're looking at getting into a brand or partner with a brand, let's take for example, a BBEx or a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A, one of your first focuses is you want to reach out to that franchise development officer at one of those particular companies. And they're going to talk to you about their total project cost and what it's going to take to get in. Now, that number, total project cost, is what normally deters us, because we look at McDonald's and we say 1.2, 2.6 billion, or we look at UBS and we say 300, 400,000, but that's only a portion, because through the SBA financing will support you with up to 80% or close to 90% of the financing needed to buy that particular business. So if it's 300,000, you need to come to the table with 60,000. That's a more palatable, more, you can consume that number. Now you have the ability to support, but most of the times we don't know because of lack of education within that space. And the SBA will support a brand new startup with projected based financing up to $5 million. That's not small business, that's community change. Okay, that's the piece that we need to focus on. The franchising industry makes up 8.5% of the gross domestic product. And we only make up 8% of that. That's the backbone. That's the beltway of how you change your community. That's how you decrease food deserts. That's how you take ownership and change your community. So that's the key. So where I'm currently at, I want to be able to offer you that particular access and walk you through what it takes to get the financing. There are multiple programs out there. Many times we think about just the SBA. They also have ROC programs, which roll over for business startups. Do you know that you can use your IRA, non-restricted IRA account, and roll it over tax-deferred and penalty-free into your own company, and use it to start your own business? And even if you don't have the 20%, it's 20% of that is part of your retirement, they'll still give you another 80. This is what we don't know. So this is why I'm here to share this information, and we advocate all throughout the U.S. I'm not restricted to just this one territory. Anywhere throughout the U.S. just trying to open up a franchise, start your brand. We have resources, we have attorneys, we have individuals that can support you in this matter and take that step. So my whole goal here is to advocate for entrepreneurship within this industry, because you're in business for yourself, but not by yourself. You're buying into a system where you understand their standard operating procedures and you execute those skill sets and you replicate it. So when you look at the industry, it's almost comparable to like buying stock. Do you buy one share of Amazon and say you're rich? No. You need to buy a couple thousand shares to get here and then watch the growth. Well, the same thing happens within the franchising market. You may see a McDonald's here, but 9 times out of 10, the person that owns that McDonald's on block A owns it 7, 8 more blocks down because they want to control that particular territory. There's also organizations like Servpro, that's the business, that's a franchise, where it's territory generated, where you have a zip code and you get to sell that particular zip code out. So look at the opportunities that are out there for us. It's just for us to capitalize, and I'm here to support you in that initiative.
Awesome. Being an entrepreneur myself, I had to figure a lot of things out. Plug into different resources, but a franchise, you already have a system in place. So it's already standard operating procedures. There's things some of you are already running organizations and companies and managing. Startup may not be your thing, but it's a buy into a franchise that that's already operating, where you have a system in place. You can fall right into a great idea and get cash flow. And just to piggyback on what Senator Street talked about, contracts with the state, contracts with the federal government, contracts with local government. You can buy a franchise that already does the work that the state needs, and you can link those two things together to create bigger opportunities as well, and leverage some of the disadvantaged business advantages, all those different things. So just great opportunities. So again, just want you all, you're gonna get the tip of the iceberg today. But now that you've heard it, you can't unhear it, right? So the opportunity to now research a little bit more, dig deeper, you have resources here as well, right? So next, Shelton, I want to kind of just share about a little bit about his background, some of the companies that he started and launched, and I want him also to share about the kind of tech ecosystem. Sometimes we start a business and we don't know if we're starting out of that more legacy type of businesses or a small business, or is it really set up to be a startup that can grow fast and grow into $100 million companies, $1 billion company, everybody's companies, and it's a whole different way of actually getting into that ecosystem, getting the capital necessary to grow it. So, if you wouldn't mind just sharing a little bit about your, some of the business you started, how a person may identify if they're in the tech sector and ways you started as well.
Sure, thank you. Shelton Mercer, as someone said, I've been a startup tech founder for 20 years now. So I've founded over 5 venture-backed companies. We kind of, our sweet spot is we try to grow a company from 0 to 150 employees, $150 million in revenue. You now have a company that's worth close to $500 million when you can do that. So certainly being a person of color in the Silicon Valley, New York, LA, European venture capital field is something where it is shark infested waters. We've got a lot of scars and shark bites to show for it. But one of the things that's been a theme for me is finding a niche. So most of the companies that I've started have been in media and entertainment, but not on the side of trying to do the thing that, and we come from a rich city where there's a lot of activity of artists, and I'll say the Philly Hollywood crew is a very close-knit crew. But I've never wanted to manage an artist or try to promote a record company or an entertainment company. We've done all the back stuff. So technology, all the TV, film, and music you see is run on some technology platform, whether it's your phone or Spotify, or more importantly, the data collected with all of the activities. So my latest company, we started in Philly, right downtown, about 6 years ago, hired 5 developers, have grown that to that sweet spot of 100 plus employees and 100 million in revenue. And all we do is collect all the data for every music label, every music artist. So that's Bruno Mars and Bette Midler, that's Cardi B and Coldplay, that's Lady Antebellum and Ariana Grande, and all the magazines like Vogue and GQ and Women's Wear, Reader's Digest, kind of boring stuff that people don't really think about. But we were able to build multi-million-dollar companies by looking at those gaps and finding the right teams to hire and raise the capital so we can scale. Now that's been great, it's been good for my family. I tell people when you can sell a business for more than $10 million, you give yourself and your family a way that you set up a new way of life. Because we can make it work. We work for these companies. I worked in corporate growing up. Early in my life, I made a lot of money for a $30 million corporation. I'm at the President's Club, and it's teaching you nice on the beach and give you all this great fun. But at the end of the day, that few $100,000 bonus is nothing compared to the CEO making $60 million and the company making $30 million. So what we try to do now is that, yes, I have some companies that are still scaling, but to Suleiman's point, we created ecosystems around the nation. One, we have 2 of them here actually. University of Penn has the Penn Innovation Center, Penn Innovation Works. I was hired to advise President Government back in 2014, and we have a team working with Penn to bring in not just Penn students, but people that look like us are working. Our last 2 winners of the accelerator have been Black women in their second career, starting their companies that are now working on 10, 20, $50 million companies because they've had a mentor and they've had a system to how do you demystify and get in the room with a venture capitalist who says, I'm going to give you $200,000 or $1 million, but I want you to turn that into $10 million in 5 years. That kind of thing is daunting. The same way, Richard's talking about coming into getting the money for a franchise, sitting across the table from a very, sometimes very smug, very arrogant Silicon Valley, New York style DC is going to scare most of us away, or you won't get the meeting. We try to take away all of that demons, we try to demystify it. We also make sure we get people in the rooms who look like us. And so because of the track record and the relationships, we're building ecosystems all over. We've got DC, we've got Indianapolis, we've got LA, Houston, working some things in Jackson, Mississippi right now, where we're helping to try to transform the future of Jackson, not just through government funding, but how do we empower a new state, a new gen of entrepreneurs. And so Philly's my hometown. I love this place. If you're looking to scale a business, I was talking to this wonderful founder here who's got a Techstars. I'm not going to give away your story, but one of my clients is Techstars, and they're a national global incubator. All of these big VC firms, they hire us, and corporations hire us to be able to find and scout who are the next generation of talent that deserve that kind of seed investment and that follow-on investment that help you scale a multi-million-dollar business. So I'm passionate about that, and anybody that's interested in looking at that type of space, I'm happy to talk to you and figure out how we get you at the right stage and right level to help you grow and scale your dreams.
Awesome. Please do a round of applause. Awesome. Years ago, I was a CMJ man and didn't know he was selling, $10 million plus companies throughout this whole journey. So you never know who you're going to meet at these different events doing awesome things. I said, you guys do with Shoppe, right? So you guys have to follow up. But some of you are future. I'm sure some of you are doing this work in that space. But again, there's ecosystems, there's accelerators, all kinds of programs you can tap into right here in the city. And again, great ideas. And now with AI, and I've been just geeking out on AI and chat GPT and some amazing stuff that's happening. Technology is going to a whole different level. When you really tap into it and understand it, one, you just need to understand it for ourselves, but two, there's ways you can leverage it to take your business to the next level, whether it's a tech-enabled business or a tech business that you're going out there and build the tools as well. So a few people that you heard from just now are talking about basically starting your own active business. So you may start a business and actively go out there and build it, where the next few people you're going to hear from are going to talk about you don't have to quit your job, or you can still work for someone. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. Does that make sense? The next three people are going to talk about ways that you can actually have some passive investments and make income on top of, along with, in addition to what you're currently doing, or look at your current career and ways that you can add new skills to it as well to up your value to the marketplace by being in tech. So next I'm going to introduce Gordon Crislow. Again, who I said is in the business of a real estate professional in the Airbnb space. If you wouldn't mind just sharing with folks, what Airbnb is about, how folks will participate in that as well.
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon. As mentioned, yes, I'm a personal license realtor out of New York, and I'm a short-term rental expert as well. And as mentioned, Airbnb is one of the platforms where folks can operate short-term rentals. And just to kind of piggyback or go back on what that is, this can operate in different ways. It could be a homeowner who actually owns the property, who then now utilizes that particular unit, right? Let's say it's a multi-unit, it's one apartment. They utilize that to have it as a short-term rental to somebody who wants to stay there short-term, right? It could also be somebody who decides to actually come in and have an apartment on a lease, and they sublease that. In certain cities, of course, where it actually is deemed available or it's actually legal to do so, they can actually sublease that and have that as a short-term rental as well. So that's typically what the term is. And again, Airbnb is one of the platforms that we use, one of the main platforms to be able to help people to be able to stay in our places. Now with Airbnb or with short-term rentals in general, there's a lot of opportunities to be able to take advantage of a passive aspect. So I'm just talking about. We have folks that, what I did actually, I got started in on a part-time basis, licensed realtor still in, and my goal was still to have extra income come in outside of whenever I was collecting check for real estate. And by having some simple systems in place, I was really able to help people to be able to stay in apartments that I had. And then I was able to systemize it so that I didn't have to deal with all the guest interaction. I didn't have to deal with having the guests enter into the actual apartment, and the actual people as well to check out and clean. I didn't have to deal with that. And then what I realized over time is that there are other folks that want to be able to learn how to do this. And if I could actually take what I've learned and be able to systemize it and teach it to other people, they'd be able to benefit from it as well. So we've done that with our company, Short-Term Society, to be able to teach people how to do that. But then we've also learned that there also are homeowners, as I mentioned before, who or maybe they don't want to learn how to actually do it. Maybe they just want to have somebody come in, kind of like a property manager would, and manage that particular apartment or multiple apartments, and then still be able to get that income. What they started learning is that maybe in the area they were looking to maybe have an extra $2,000 from a long-term tenant. They said, maybe I may want to diversify, have one person that's a long-term tenant upstairs, and then downstairs, maybe I have a short-term tenant that I'll have for this company to run right for me. And now they're seeing maybe double the amount of profits from someone who's staying shorter term. Now they're able to pay on nightly rates as opposed to just a long-term stay. We come in, we systemize it again, same way we do our business. We manage the guest interaction, we make sure we avoid different pitfalls that people are concerned about, those unwanted guests or people that would potentially have a party. And we make sure we filter out those questions. We manage the e-locks, electronic locks to make it a self-check-in smooth process, and we manage the cleaning as well, and the upkeep of the apartment. And so where we're at now, we've actually been able to take both things, helping obviously ourselves first, and helping individuals that want to get into apartments to sublease in the right areas that are available, then helping homeowners who want to be able to have an additional cash flow. They don't want to learn anything in regards to it. And now what we're doing is we've actually transitioned and taken people who wouldn't have a hard time getting into certain areas. Let's say, for example, we have a building in Newark where now we were looking for some people that want to get into short-term rental. They don't have experience. And they may be looking and saying, okay, what's your financials? What's your reviews with guests, right? And we leverage ourselves to get in the building and now able to get other investors to be able to get started off the back of our experience. And we'll help co-host or manage that for them, give them a coaching process, and then within 3 to 6 months, then they're able to start now doing it for themselves. And of course, as they're doing it, we're teaching how to be able to keep all the profit and systemize the business for them.
Awesome, thank you for sharing that. So, and a lot of folks that I know that are making a lot of money in the real estate market, some shifted to the short-term rental. So understand that you don't necessarily have to buy a property. There are landlords and companies, rental establishments that will allow you to do short-term rental. So just give an example. Let's say, I know you talk about in New York or New Jersey, where you used to do a lot of work. Let's give an example of what the rent is, and then when you do short-term, what that spread is when you do it that way.
Absolutely. So that's why we call it short-term arbitrage, right? So then you're coming, you're paying rent. Let's just use an example on a one-bedroom. Let's just say $2,000. And then let's say now you have your 90 rates. Let's say you're looking at about maybe 80 to 85% per month. You can easily see yourself at a profit of about $2,000 in profit after expenses on a one bedroom. That's the reason why I tell people to start one bedroom because it's less furnishing costs. So then you'll see a return coming in. Usually, all the money you put out, you can see that coming back in 5 to 6 months, right? Now, one bedroom, you're figuring about $10,000 all between first month rent, last month rent, $5,000 furnishing, 5 to 6 months. And if you get a longer lease, which is what we do now, we're locking at least maybe 18 to 24 months, and then we're just in profit, really from 5 to 6 months on. And they typically want you to renew, of course, and get other apartments with them.
Then you watch and repeat, right? So you just
just get more watch and repeat.
Buy property there with extra $10,000, right? So again, there's ways to generate revenue, some creative ways to build wealth for yourself, and the idea of also buying. Imagine you buy a property, and now you're able to amortize that loan much faster and pay off. And have that equity and build generates the wealth as well. So Gordon is also has an assistant to do with you and for you as well. These are more applause and stuff. And Ayana, I mentioned to the Brazilian coders. If you're interested in technology, I see a young man that I met through AskRabbit. Where's Isaiah? Elijah, sorry. Who's Elijah at? Should be on the film somewhere. Oh, there he is. He's a quiet. All right, come on. So Elijah met him in TaskRabbit, and he's been now working with us in what's awesome things. Videography. He's a brilliant young man, and said that, hey, I can't necessarily, it's a cost, it's an opportunity cost to go to school, to upskill, think that's word, but I have interest in technology, introduce them to Ayana, looking at that system, that program where not only do they teach you a skill, but also they pay you to learn. So it's flipping education on its head where we used to pay. Well, we still pay to get education. Now you have organizations that will pay you to learn. And then connect you to career opportunities, which I think is just a brilliant workforce development opportunity. We've been working with them with 110 Coalition. That's been a phenomenal program called Black Talent to get into family-sustaining living wage careers. So I do want to share a little about the program.
Sure, thank you, Superman. Resilient Coders is a nonprofit boot camp. So we're talking about building wealth and we're talking about franchising and building tech companies and real estate and government contracts. None of that is possible if we don't have something to start. So Resilient Coders takes the young adults ages 18 to 30 years old to teach them to code, general operating project management. Teach them how to code. They learn JavaScript, they learn Node, they learn React, they learn MongoDB. We teach them how to learn, not just those specific languages, but we want them to be able to expand and learn other languages like whatever they need, AWS, cloud, so that when they go on job, they get jobs and they can close the wealth gap. Our average salary for our students is $94,000 a year. So we talk about like opportunities for entrepreneurship or opportunities for growing their family, opportunities for just buying a dozen of eggs. It has to start with the salary. It has to start with where they are. A lot of our students started in Boston. We recently moved to Philadelphia. We've educated about 60 students in Philadelphia so far. 70% have graduated. They get placed into jobs. We have a couple of our alumni here that work for Amazon Audible. Independence Blue Cross has partnered with us. Another company, MacGyver Tech, has partnered with us to hire our students. They are brilliant, budding software engineers. So if you have an organization where you're hiring entry-level software engineers, we would love to talk to you. The requirements to be part of the program, you have to be a person of color from BIPOC community. You have to come from a low-income background. You have to be a U.S. citizen. And if you fall into those criteria and you live in Philadelphia, but if you know someone who's 18 to 30 years old, they're a gamer, there's someone who loves coding, there's someone who loves computers, they have a high proficiency to learn quickly, we want to meet them. Those are the folks that do extremely well in the program and graduate. And not only do they graduate, but we're building a power base of brown and black software engineers who have been in the program, gone through the program, and now they've been on the job for 4 years and 5 years. So now we're creating an ecosystem where those students come back and they hire more software engineers. We talk about income credit tax, and we talk about child tax and ways to lessen the wealth gap. This is a way to do it. Without having a strong, high-sustaining salary, it's impossible to have an opportunity to franchise or to do anything else. We want our young adults in the city of Philadelphia to have an opportunity, not just to say, oh, I went through a workforce development program and I'm making $14 an hour. We all know that they cannot make it off $14 an hour. Yes, it's a beautiful entry level. But our goal is to get them into jobs and get them into places so that we create a new economic landscape for a new generation. We have to destroy poverty. So this is one way we're doing it. This is our contribution. If you're interested in hiring or you're interested in funding or learning anything more about Resilient Coders, I want to talk to you.
Awesome. We got an email to you all about the 110 Coalition, about those who made those schools who don't have a 4-year degree, and there's programs for folks who do have a 4-year degree. So we don't want to disqualify folks who do have degrees as well. But there's a lot of towns that are locked out of family-sustaining career opportunities that they have a 4-year degree. So programs like Resilient Coders, and I've had the opportunity to be a part of the 110 Coalition and a partner here in Philadelphia to learn about amazing programs like Resilient Builders, so that may or may not be a program. There's other programs, similar programs, that paying people to learn, apprenticeship programs and opportunities that we're getting folks into. So you'll see those emails come out again. If you know folks are interested in that, or you're interested in programs like that, fill out the information. We're gonna have ongoing career opportunities for folks in the tech sector to learn about these apprenticeship opportunities and to upskill into great opportunities. Thanks again. Congratulations, you do roll out. For Resilient Builders. And last but not least, I'm going to ask Nikki to share. She's a startup founder. We're going to talk towards about Take the Leap that is doing amazing things, an amazing app that I think is going to just really change, kind of help close that wealth gap with the way that she's helping people to get into home ownership. And when you think about ways that you can leverage that with Airbnb and other ways that she's actually doing as well, I would love for you to share a little bit about your startup as well as some of your real estate background as well.
Absolutely. I know we already talked about real estate a little bit on the panel. And I know some folks may be discouraged right now to buy homes because rates are high and home prices are high. But I'm here to really advocate for home ownership. Home ownership changed my life. And right now, we are in a revolutionary time. They are rebuilding not only Philadelphia, right, but America. So all of the urban cities around America are being rebuilt. They're redesigning it, they're incorporating tech. So even though rates are high and home prices are high, it's a revolutionary time to buy. Just like the Rockefellers, they were able to get in at the build, right? And so this is why I think that it's important for me to come out and talk about home ownership. So I worked in the mortgage industry for almost 25 years in the banking industry. And the later part of my career, I worked in community development. And some of the things that I saw in the communities across the Northeast, so that's from New York to DC, is that it was not only becoming difficult for low to moderate income families to purchase, but for working class, regular people to purchase property. And so while I was in that role, I kind of thought of a good idea where people could actually collaborate and purchase homes. So full transparency, I got the idea from a dating site. I was on a dating site and I said, it would be cool if, we can do this in home ownership, right? Where you can match with people that are compatible to you to be able to, reach your goal of home ownership if you can't do it on your own. And so after almost 25 years in banking, I retired to start Hairback, which is a real estate co-ownership platform. And we match people to purchase property based on compatibility. But a lot of our clients are families, right? So that they can be multi-generational families, it's girlfriend and boyfriend, it's roommates. So we kind of facilitate that process. And the first thing we do is education. We educate on different areas across America that are to grow. So I know we have a lot of city officials here, and every city has a plan for their neighborhood. And all of this is public information. You can actually go and look to see what the 10, 20, 30-year plan is for that neighborhood. And I know I worked in some low-income neighborhoods, and when things start changing, people would get upset. And I'm like, hey, you can find that, learn what they know, right? There's a reason why these neighborhoods are growing. And so my company provides this data to potential home buyers so that they can make smart investments. And then if you have a friend, a family member, a boyfriend, girlfriend that you're looking to purchase with and you're not able to do it on your own, then we kind of facilitate that process. And so the first thing that people ask about co-ownership is protections. And that's what we focus on. People are nervous to get into like a financial commitment, like ownership in real estate with someone, especially a family member. So we kind of take that emotional side out of it. We created something called the real estate prenup. And most of the time we say that people know what it is, right? We want to go over those exit strategies before they actually happen. So what if the breaks? Who's responsible? What if I went out this 3 years? How does that look? So So we kind of help people along this co-ownership journey and make sure that they're protected and make sure they have these contracts and really help people think about home ownership like a business. You know, I was only able to quit my career in banking after 23 years because I owned something and I was able to create cash flow from it. And like the gentleman on the panel talked about shared housing, right now shared housing is affordable housing, right? Because a lot of people, I think, doubled up households. It increased over 220% from 2003 all the way to 2009. So more and more people are living together. So why not live together and own it, right? Everybody has a percentage of ownership, and that can be your entryway into starting to build a real estate portfolio that can eventually lead to generational wealth. So I think this is really about wealth building, and historically home ownership and real estate has been a way for people of color to actually own. So I'm here to tell you, don't get discouraged. I know rates are high. When I started in the mortgage industry, rates were 12%. So we're kind of going back to normal. But even though prices are high, if you have someone that you're compatible with, team up with them and don't just say, I'll wait, right? Because usually, you know, I know co-ownership seems like a risk, but there's a bigger risk in waiting, right? So if you are interested in purchasing real estate, look at Paragraph as an option if you're looking to, if you can't afford on your own. And I'll be here until the end to network with anybody who's interested. Yes, it's PAIRGAP, right? They said pair it together to build that zone gap.
And talking to Nikki about doing more presentations here in Philadelphia on that topic as well. I know Jack Rivers is here as well. I wanted to mention that around resilient coders, we're doing some work with JP Morgan, and other organizations that are they're focused on not only closing the wealth gap with their Advancing Black Pathways, some of the programs we have coming to Philadelphia, and as you met Nikki to chase come into the marketplace as well. So I want to give them a shout out. I know we'll like to do some really great stuff around helping close the wealth gap, buying and owning in Philadelphia. So excited about them coming in Philadelphia. So again, give everyone a round of applause. Just really quickly, just share what's the best way to reach out to you or your team, what's the best way, whether it's social media, how you best way to learn more about what you do.
First, I have a name. My name is Ayana La-Pollard. You can find me on LinkedIn. Name of the organization is Resilient Coders.org. You can also find us on Instagram as Resilient Coders and on Facebook as Resilient Coders.
Nikki Murkison, you can definitely find me on LinkedIn, so please connect with me. And you can also go to Paragraph.com, that's PAIRGAP. And I'm on all the social platforms.
Gordon Krishna, you can find me on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. Best Instagram is good. And Gordon Krishna is Gordon, Gordon, and Krishna is CH, the word rich, and the word love. It's the easiest way you can get that. And also, if you want to be getting started on it, outside of getting connected with directly, short-term rental playbook. So short-term rental playbook.com. That's you get a brief start on your own book.
I'm Shelton Mercer, SHELTON, MERCER, every social platform as well. Probably say Twitter and LinkedIn are most active on. But we do have a new website called Virtuous Innovation. I'm happy to say that our former mayor, Mayor Nutter, is a great mentor and business partner of mine. So we've launched a new initiative nationally. So if you go put my name in and put Virtuous Innovation, you'll see ways you can sign up right at the site to be in touch about how we're connecting the next generation of venture-backed entrepreneurs with government, with corporations, with capital. And I'd love to hear from anybody that's trying to start a business and needs to figure out how to scale that thing. We'd love to help you out.
You'll hear from me?
And Richard Snow, you know, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, place of information in here. You'll find me. You can also go to what's this thing, WSSBAK.com. Click on SBA, you can connect me there. Or you can go and type in Black Franchise Leadership Council, join the page, and you'll see more information and connect with me there. So I look forward to talking to anybody that has questions about SBA financing or franchise.
So I'm on, I think, just about every social media platform, so you can reach me that way. You can also call any of my 3 government offices. You can reach me that way. I'm also chair of the Democratic Party, you can reach me there. But what I will say is, if you reach out by phone or email, please, do not if you're waiting to talk directly to me without explaining to the staff what you want, and since we already have a pre-existing relationship, it is going to take a long time. So please work with the staff. There are probably 30 people that work for me, and they do a good job. Their job is to self-serve the public, and most of the time they can help you with what you want without actually talking to me. That's the sort of purpose of being there. But if need be, certainly we're engaged, involved, and for some people, we have one-on-one meeting. Please don't call and say, I need to talk to the senator. And that's it. I don't know what's going on. And the process will work much more smoothly.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Give a round of applause one more time. Thank you for all of this. A great panel like this means amazing information in a short period of time, but it's at scale. So you had a chance to talk to a lot of great people, whether you spark something in their mind that will be something great. So thank you all for being here. Right. We'll let them step off the stage. So I don't have you sit there for long. We'll give it to Jessica, please. Doing anything that she needs to make things happen. And our director of operations, just mind rolling the sleeves and making things happen. So if you see anything great, it's not because it's our team. Corey, Jessica, so many people, Lucy, behind the scenes, who make things happen. All right, so two cars that need to move as soon as possible right now is Ultima, Nissan Ultima. It's a white black plate JBR 3605. You're blocking someone, so you could please move the car. And then there's another Nissan Murano. It's LBW 6157. You're blocking folks in, please move your car. Thank you. All right. I wanted to thank some of our partners and recognize some of our partners before we get to our keynote speaker in a few moments. I want to recognize Shoppe Black, who is a publication, if you haven't had a chance to read their publication, their digital publication, have phenomenal stories of amazing talent that are doing great things. So look at Shoppe Black, SHOPPE Black. Also the Black Dollar Network, the Black Dollar Network. You're going to hear from Maggie Anderson today. And Maggie, right there with the attention, everyone wants to network and move around. But we get speakers back here as well. Black Dollar Network. You want to download that app because after you hear from Maggie Anderson today, you're going to want to support and just understand the power of supporting our businesses and how it just creates a flywheel, if you will, of impact. And that app is actually has thousands of Black-owned businesses that you can source. It actually has an implication that will track the purchases you make. It's all kinds of amazing things within that app. Good friends of mine out of the Atlanta marketplace. Sorry. Oh yeah, repeat it. Black Dollar Network. Black Dollar Network, in the App Store. Also, PA Chamber of Black-owned Businesses, please, David Dix, raise your hand real fast, David Dix launched a PAC in 2022 to really bring together chambers across the state. I know we've talked about that for many, many years, this the opportunity to bring the state together. There's so many missing opportunities. We're just focused on Philadelphia. David Dix has been a leader in really lobbyists and helping this, really consciously helping to bring together legislators to support our community. So thank you for that, and thank you for launching PAC Bob. Recognize them. Our African American Chamber of Commerce, Regina Harrison, who is here from today. Regina, step out here, give her a round of applause. African American Chamber of Commerce, if you're not a member, I encourage you to be a member. They're also one of our BBEx partners. They're here locally. We host a lot of events here, and they actually host their events at the P4 Hub along with other partners. So again, members support that. This is something that's happening behind the scenes. You may not see the front scenes, it's happening in the Chamber of Commerce. So just supporting that, you may not understand the value just directly, but indirectly know that they're working for you behind the scenes, and also create events that you can participate in as well. Blacks in Technology. I'm not sure if Puma is here, president of Blacks in Technology. Amazing partnership, again, a BBEx partner as well. As you sign up for our BBEx network, you have an opportunity to check off which organizations you're interested in learning more about, the events that we're hosting as well, and you learn about the great work that they're doing. NAR, National Association of African American HR Professionals. I know we have our president here. Danita, give a round of applause from NAR. And they are focused on HR professionals to help advance the next level. Has amazing events here at the P4 Hub. So if you're HR, those from HR, or just network HR professionals who we talk about hiring folks into these six-figure roles and the roles that Yana talked about. You have a connection there. Also, I want to recognize Force and Culture. Any representatives from Force and Culture? I know Rashad is out of town, but Force and Culture was started by Philadelphia, a person right out here from Philadelphia, one of our connectors for many years, our UPB connectors, and now he's next year now, founder of Force and Culture and doing amazing work across the country and one of the chapters right here in Philadelphia. Our Diverse Force on Boards program. Anyone who's looking for part of our Diverse Force on Boards or alumni, please raise your hand. All of our alumni, beautiful, give them a round of applause. Folks who are serving on boards all throughout the city. We've now graduated upwards. We'll be graduating in March. Our 250 alumni of our program. We're starting our cohort 10, January 4th of this year. We still have some opportunities to be part of that cohort as well. We've filled over 200 board seats across the city. With these students that you see here, they are serving on boards and making a tremendous impact in the city. So please, you see them, give them their kudos as well for doing awesome work along on top of the stuff that they're doing in their careers as well. We talk weekly. We talk weekly. Give a round of applause and Charles will be there. They are not streaming. So we sold out. As you can see, this room is packed with a lot of folks. We sold out this event, but we also are doing live streaming. So we have over 100 folks who actually registered to be online, and other than they have their own network as well. So some folks are also watching this program online. Hopefully they're inspired by the work. I want to also recognize Edible Delights. Edible Delights. Give the food. Want to give them a round of applause. Via will also keep it cordial. Want to give them a round of applause as well. And last but not least, I want to also, today we have a mayoral forum. And the Lensfest Institute started an initiative called Every Voice, Every Vote. They brought together they sponsored 50 plus organizations to really focus on this next mayoral race, also city council race that's coming up, and bringing together a collective of organizations to really keep the issues at the forefront of the conversation that the communities that are, all the various communities within the city, to make sure that the mayors or the next mayor represents the city. And I want to recognize Sean Moore, who stand up over there. We lead that initiative here with the Invest Institute, and it's a phenomenal initiative. So definitely, can you tell people really quickly how to sign up for? Because I want you all to be plugged into this, and these different events are happening.
Thanks. So the Every Voice, Every Vote has an active on Instagram, as well as there is a website, voicevotephilly.org, and you can join up and sign up through the website.
Every voice, every vote, and we'll talk a little about that in the mayoral form as well. All right. So I hope my friend Maggie Anderson is ready. And if Jess or and two more announcements before. And for those who are in the back as well, again, this is a program that we want to make sure that you hear the information, and folks can all hear the information. And some folks are actually asking that people stop chatting in the back because it's hard for them to hear. Those of you who want to pay attention. So if you're trying to network, I understand you want everyone wants to network. I know there's some folks running through different offices and things of that sort who are in the room as well. But now's not the time that's the next network. It's now the time for folks to hear the program that we're having here. So there is some areas out there in the hallway if you want to talk, you can actually ask the person to step out with you and network in the hallway. Thank you. All right. We host a lot of events. Our BBEx network events, we have the whole time we have an opportunity to network with amazing folks that are in the room. All right. Team put together a bio that I want to. Now I know Maggie and Maggie Anderson. Actually, where's Maggie? Where's Maggie Anderson? In the back here. So Jess or Corey, if you ask me, Maggie. Okay. I want to put this whole bio in. Awesome. All right, there she is. Hey, Maggie. We're bringing you up now. Some of you may have saw the video online. Hopefully that gives you a nice snapshot of just all the media, the attention, the years of advocacy that Maggie's been doing for over a decade plus. In 2010, I was elected to chair the board for the African American Chamber of Commerce here in Philadelphia, and I had the opportunity to serve in that awesome position. It was a responsibility for a young man, kind of early career was just a huge opportunity. And I met Maggie back then and heard about her story. She came into Philadelphia and spoke and just inspired so many people. And ever since we've been just great friends and just love the work that she's doing, love her as a person and all. And I know she may share with some of the things that the trials and tribulations that she's gone through and trying to be, an advocate to move the needle around supporting Black businesses. And just kind of give a more formal introduction, in 2009, Maggie has started this initiative and was recognized by global media all around the world. She actually was an aide for the late Congressman John Lewis. She actually has her JD and MBA from University of Chicago, and actually went up all for that. And she had a professor that is pretty well known. His name was, Barack Obama. So Barack Obama was her law professor in college. And she's been just a successful executive, made a public pledge with her and her family to exclusively buy Black for a full year. Her book is in the back. Well, you're not free, so you don't grab them for free. She is back there, so I'm not sure about this for giveaways, so that would be spoiling quite a bit. Food and drinks, nice. And books. And she has really a historic movement that is called the Empowerment Experiment. And out of this experiment came the Kellogg University actually did a study proving nearly 1 million new jobs have been created as a result of Black-owned firms that have received increased support through the work that she's doing. Tens of millions of revenue for Black businesses and deposits into Black-owned banks. And unprecedented attention to Black-owned businesses and systematic racism around Black-owned businesses as a result of the work that she's doing. So I can go on for some time on all the things that she's doing, but I'll say BET actually recognized her as one of the most fascinating women in the United States, and I agree with them. So please give it up for none other than Maggie Anderson.
Hello, Philadelphia. I miss you guys. Good afternoon. Happy Dr. King weekend. I want to give my own love and thanks to the BBEx University team family, my old friends and fellow freedom fighters of African American Chamber of Commerce, my new friends, the Background Network and Shoppe, all the sponsors and partners. Thank you. Thank you for this. And some love from my other new friend, David Stevens of People's Rights, responsible for the delicious foods they enjoyed this reception and the fancy fare I enjoyed before it all, because Chef Sims personally delivered this dinner last night so that I could be nourished and energized for today. I ate good and I slept good. Thank you, Chef. Thank you all for coming together to make this wonderful weekend so special and powerful. I got to put my heart on the platter for our friend, Suleiman. So strong, successful, committed, caring, inspiration for so many. I dedicate my words to you today. I hope to honor you today. Thank you for all you do every day to serve and empower Black, brown professionals, entrepreneurs, families, and communities. And you're supposed to be clapping now. I have to other friends, my friends, Jeff Ornstein, please make yourself known. My friend Jeff Ornstein of the Economy League, fighting for Black businesses locally and for inclusion in corporate areas and government supply chains. And my old friend, forever friend, Roger Myers, Roger, I love you so much. Owner of ISOAP, just a serial entrepreneur, always giving his best, representing and reinvesting in our Black community in Philadelphia. On behalf of my family, my husband John, and our 2 daughters, Karen and Nicole, I want to thank all of you who came out today and for honoring our family's pledge to live off Black businesses for a whole year and do so for all the world to see, aka the Empowerment Experiment, at this beautiful event, in this beautiful place, with all these beautiful people, and in this special way. A decade ago, Publishers Weekly, in reviewing my book, Our Black Year, One Family's Quest to Provide Black Americans Racially Divided Economy, called this issue, the lack of support to Black businesses and the rapid extra dollars to Black communities, as dynamite subject and my family's experience, historic and effective. And the Library Journal said my book successfully illuminates the roadblocks that are faced by Black business owners and the racial divide that continues to persist in the U.S. economy. Albert Edmond, editor of Black Enterprise, said that Anderson's economic policy is nothing short of colonial. Kathy Hughes, owner of the Radio 1 TV 1 Urban 1 Empire, said about a year in my book, thank God for this level of commitment to our Black community. And Mark Mayoral, former mayor of New Orleans, the president of Urban League, called it an important book that provides a path for all of us to follow. But we didn't create the empowerment experiment to see it through. We didn't impose that sacrifice on our then 2- and 3-year-old daughters. I put my babies through those death threats for kudos or great victories. I did it to get here, to see you, to share with you, and unite with you. I did it for King and all those individuals, those industrious, intelligent, inspirational Black men and women before me who also endeavored to counter racial exploitation with economic empowerment. Yes, women like Maria Stewart. Before emancipation in 1832, Maria Stewart was a freed slave whose husband's businesses and assets were stolen from her by racists after he died only 3 years into their marriage. That tragedy and injustice lit the fire of righteousness in Maria. She rallied fellow Black women who were already free to unite and fight economically, entrepreneurially for the community's collective freedom from racism. In a public square in Boston, this Black woman yelled, "Daughters of Africa, awake! It is of no use for us to sit with our hands folded, hanging our heads. Let us make a mighty effort and arise and let us raise and fund ourselves." Do you ask, what can we do? Unite and build a store of your own. Fill one side with dry goods and the other with groceries. Do you ask, where is the money? We have spent more than enough on nonsense to do all the building we should want. 1832. This is the decade before the government started this outcry against racial injustice. Miss Maria and other Black entrepreneurs had taken on the horror and the hate in their own way, amassing great businesses and community power. We built schools, universities, churches, banks, insurance companies, brokers and agencies, grocery stores, hotels, drug stores, department stores, hardware stores, service stations, entire farming regions, hospital systems, asset brokerages, all kinds of shops and professionals and small businesses thrived without the support they were entitled to, owed by state and federal governments, notwithstanding the 48% mule lie and the Freedmen's Bureau policy. Then, in the early and mid-1900s, Black entrepreneurship was actually at its peak, so think about it. Unlike Black youth now, Dr. King and his peers grew up seeing business owners, studying business, looking up to successful entrepreneurs. He admired W.E. Du Bois, Hiroshi Woods, and Booker T. Washington. He read The Negro in Business as a young man, met with business moguls like hotelier A.G. Gaston all the time, hung out with millionaires like Cirillo McSween, the first Black insurance agent at New York Life, all the time. And still to this day, Cirillo is one of the most successful in that company's history. And then he owned several McDonald's restaurants. He started the Black McDonald's Owners Association and then parlayed that expertise and success into empowering service by serving as the treasurer of the SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And then Cirillo, a super successful businessman, put all his money and the SCLC's money into Black-owned banks. This is what business owners did to build power in the community. When they called that meeting within hours of Rosa Parks' arrest, the lawyers, insurance agents, pharmacists, grocers, barbers and bankers, publishers, Black union leaders, Jeff, they came to offer support. The protesters protested, the prayers prayed, of course, but the business owners set the plan in motion and funded the fight for our freedom. During the boycott, when the marchers lost their jobs and businesses were burned down and homes bombed and taxi drivers jailed for giving rides to boycotters and business leaders were lynched for leading the movement, the Black banks stepped in. The Black funeral homes stepped in. They built war chests for the lawsuits and the protests to keep the attacked businesses protected and afloat. We put insurance policies in place to rebuild homes and businesses and to cover the lost wages and compensation for the death and destruction and the terrorism of the racists. When they bombed those churches, the businesses were there. When they hanged Black men, the businesses were there. When they raped the sisters, the businesses were there. When they enacted another racist law and gave them more violence and injustice, when they denied another dream or dismissed another death, when they blocked the vote, the businesses were there. Dr. King wasn't hoping for or hollering about some kind of sponsorship to pave the way for justice and freedom and equality. The civil rights movement was not brought to you by. He was good. Because he had good old AG and that was C.J. Walker, the first self-made woman millionaire, not Black woman, the first woman in America to be a self-made millionaire. She made those millions in Black character and enabled the NAACP and the National Conference on Lynching. Marie married CJ. Women, Black women, were killing it in business and empowerment. Marie married CJ, then Maggie. No, not me. Another Maggie. In 1903, Paul ran a newspaper, a department store, and a life insurance company. Another sister, Maggie Zena Walker, founded the St. Luke Penny Savings Bank, which earned her the recognition of being the first Black woman to charter a bank in the United States of America. She said this: first, we need a savings bank. Let us put our monies together. Let us use our monies. Let us put our money out among ourselves. Let us reap the benefit ourselves. Let us have a bank that will take the nickels and turn them into dollars. Maggie said that. I like to think that possibly I was named after her. I wasn't. My very proud Black parents had never heard of this Maggie, just like most, if not all of us, at this event today. But here's something else you might not know. That a grocery store owner and a printer created the first branch of the NAACP in Mississippi. And they led and backed that dangerous pursuit of the vote daily. And when they won that fight, their names were the first ones to appear on the voter rolls. Business owners led our fight for the vote, finding, forcing, and funding our freedom on their own. Hundreds of millions we created in the cycle in the Black community. The dollar stayed in the community for 3 years or more before integration. And unemployment was at the same level or lower than that of whites nationally from 1880 all the way through the 1940s. I will learn something today. Black Wall Streets all over the place, self-sustaining neighborhoods all over the country. Tulsa, you know about Tulsa, Durham, Tampa, Louisville's Russell neighborhood, Cicero Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Bronzeville, Chicago, Jackson Ward District of Richmond, Harlem, Auburn Avenue in Atlanta, Magic City, Birmingham, Lincoln Avenue, Cincinnati, West 9th Street, Little Rock, Ferris Street in Jackson, Mississippi, and so many more. And South Street here in Philadelphia had a huge business community too, anchored by some of the largest, most successful theater districts in the country. Black neighborhoods signify genius and greatness, soul and success, elegance and entrepreneurial excellence. And that's why the racist supremacy so vehemently and violently insists the success of the Black business community, and 90% of the thousands of lynchings of Blacks that happened during Reconstruction and Jim Crow were of business owners. In that area they called Black Wall Street was bombed and burned by racists. Those racist crowds watched the destruction of that vibrant community. I told you about business owners who launched the NAACP in Mississippi, Lee and Quartz, the grocery store owner and the printer. They registered hundreds of Black voters, and for that, those two business owners were threatened, but they fought on. For us, for me, for you, Lee, a grocer, he was also a reverend, was shot and killed for doing it. A reverend, a good man, a great American, and Quartz, he was shot too, but he lived. And then the local racist bank stopped lending to him. And then the local racist gas stations stopped servicing him. See, when they couldn't kill the business owner, they tried to kill the business. But you hear me, Quartz and other wealthy Black people started pooling their money in the community, and they purchased their own bank and their own service station. And they did that, and Quartz survived, and the business survived, and he kept supporting the NAACP, and they won their right to vote. Black people in Mississippi were able to vote. Proud, hardworking Americans were inspired and enabled to vote because of Mr. Lee and Mr. Quartz and so many more like them. Bottom line, I told his sister lesson. Black-owned businesses make life better for tormented Black Americans when racist systems were not. Black entrepreneurs made America better, a better democracy when racist structures could not. And I'm here today because it's time to be better. Let's unite. Where all kinds of people are shopping at retail or grocers started by a Black family, like Mr. Lee's family. In King's America, all kinds of people are looking for Black franchises and consumer goods brands and designers, growing Black family-owned global conglomerates, depending on our expertise and entrepreneurs like banking with us, staying in our hotels just like we do everyone else. Let's unite, all of us, for Maggie's America, where already broken and wrecked Black neighborhood is not the only place where every other ethnic group and majority enterprise can set up shop and shine while Black people there suffer. How about America where equality is manifest in a couple of thriving Black-owned businesses in the Little, Chinatown, Koreatown, Greektown, and downtown, and the affluent, predominantly white suburbs? Why not? And Maggie CJ's America is not a ridiculous notion for a Black child, that someone like her can own a grocery chain, or a pet store, or a bowling alley if she wants to. That her parents can pay for college and pass on a big house and a big business. That the toaster her mom buys from Walmart, the paint my uncle got at Home Depot, was possibly made by a Black family company. Well, that Black child can go to the corner candy store or bakery and maybe see an owner who looks like and looks out. America, salon America, where middle class, working class Black families and Black-owned businesses, storefronts, professionals were welcomed, a draw, not a deterrent or disturbance, and burgeoning and beautiful feelings. I'm fighting for that America. 13 years now, before Trump, before George Floyd's murder, 2009, inspired by the election of our first Black president, hoping that the newfound unity and hope will translate into economic power. John Hine, two naive nerds, made a public pledge to buy Black only for an entire year. You know, our standing sacrifice made headlines, front pages, Washington Post, Chicago Tribune, LA Times, New York Times, big segments on CNN, C-SPAN, CBS News, Fox News, ABC News, BT News, Tom Jordan, Enterprise, as countless TV shows and radio shows, newspapers, and magazines. We touch millions all over the world, and I wrote my book, Our Black Year, which is a tribute to our country's Black business history and a detailed account of our stand. Kellogg, Western, one of the best business schools in the world, completed the landmark study based on my family's receipts and the data we collected. That study proved that close to 1 million new American jobs could be created if just some of us would do a little bit more to buy Black. Here are a few more highlights from the empowerment experiment. We spent or otherwise invested over $94,000 that year with Black businesses that we would not have otherwise. Over 90% of our spending was directed to underserved, predominantly Black areas. We were without. We're disappointed about the number of markets and industries where African Americans still suffer from a complete lack of representation. We're disheartened by our own people's lack of pride and solidarity. Our hearts ache seeing up close with my people, Black people, have to go through these retail and food deserts, can't get a fresh piece of fish or banana, forced to settle for inferior goods and services, extortionate prices, and enduring disrespect from shop owners who don't look like and won't live in the community, but come to the community every day, use that padlock with a steel gate of bars and take Black money under that slip to go to the grab. And at the end of the day, they put that steel door back down, put that padlock back on, and drive back home to their suburbs and enclaves to build up their local tax base, the school system, send their kids to college, and buy their dream homes and vacations from poor Black people's hard-earned wealth. It's terrible. It's thinking the truth of being called a racist, a Nazi, and the other N-word, getting death threats and hate mail. And it still hurts my heart when I think about my 8-year-olds through there begging me, their mama, for fruit and toys, going to school crying because their shoes too tight, and belly poking out of their shorts, and coming home crying because they were teased, all because it took us 5 months to find one Black-owned shop offering chargeable clothing and shoes. I made my daughters eat gas station food like old putrid, I hope it was bologna, overpriced, over-sugared cereal for dinner because the one Black-owned grocery store we found closed 5 months before we finished our spending. All the businesses, all of them that we sought and supported and loved and lived off that year, the ones you read about in the book, not just the grocery store, they're all gone. And then, 1 month after we finished our Black Year, my mother died in my arms, losing a hard-fought battle with pancreatic cancer. My immigrant mother, a Cuban farm girl who never made it to high school but was wise enough to teach me that despite what our Cuban peers from Florida told us, our being from Cuba didn't make us not Black, but less Black. Nima taught me that just meant that my ancestors got dropped off a little early. That was mine. Nima was sick and dying that whole year, and I know she suffered longer than she would have just to see her only American-born child fulfill his pledge to our Black community in the country. We lost a lot that year, but we learned a lot too. And that's really significant because before that year, John and I thought we had it all and that we knew it all. My husband John was from Detroit. He left to get his undergraduate degree in economics from Harvard, minored in Latin. Then my sweetie got his MBA in economics and entrepreneurial finance at University. He's a financial advisor now. So if any of you are looking for Black entrepreneurs to support, take it from your learned keynote speaker. He is the best, he is brilliant, and he is definitely I grew up in Miami, an unserved area, some of you may know, called Liberty City. And then I left college in Emory, Atlanta, where I served as an aide to civil rights icon John Lewis. After Atlanta, I headed to Chicago to grad school like John, but I went to the University of Chicago with my MBA and my law degree. I was able to serve and learn from another civil rights hero, then professor, community organizer Barack Obama, turned 44th president of the United States of America. And we fell in love while we were both in graduate school. Now that's John and I. Y'all remember Shoppe? John and I fell in love while we were both in graduate school. We bought a home in a pricey suburb, had our own 2 beautiful little girls, and we're living out our fancy fairy tale life. And we support the community too, sort of. We're active in the youth ministry of our Black church. John's a mentor of 100 Black men. We voted Black. We heard from Black people got shot on the South Side. We got happy with Black folks who nominated for the awards, and a Black coach made it to the Super Bowl. We're teaching our daughters to love themselves, their God, their neighbor, their country, and their skin. We were Black, just not buying Black. Just like so many, most proud Black people. But everything else, oh, very, very Black. I mean, we tithe on Sunday, every once in a while. We donated to the UNCF, wasn't that enough? Philanthropy is commendable, but it must not cause the philanthropist to overlook the circumstances of economic injustice, which make philanthropy necessary. So what are the circumstances of economic injustice, and what were we supposed to do about it? Asian American communities, the dollar circulates in that community among the banks and retailers and professionals for 28 days before it goes outside. Jewish friends keep their dollar for 19 to 21 days, and that's why these groups have the lowest unemployment and incarceration rates and the highest household incomes and educational achievement. In the Black community, our dollar lives for 6 hours. It used to be 3 years, now it's 6 hours. 6 hours. This is why the Black community suffers and is so far behind. This is why racial disharmony and racist systems and structures grow. These are the circumstances of economic injustice our king asked us to not overlook. But with integration, we did stop to overlook. The king saw that too before he died. He feared our civil rights victories might come at the expense of our business and economic ones. His fears were warranted. After the bus boycott, after the March on Washington, the Civil Rights Act, after integration, most of those bombs and fires and lynchings and terror dissipated, our economic solidarity and our entrepreneurial spirit is crumbled as well. We were losing the economic fight and our economic fight. In a public address, his famous mountaintop speech that he delivered the day before he was murdered, his last big speech, Dr. King spoke of our collective buying power, he said, and urged an economic withdrawal, he said, from businesses on the record for mistreating Black customers and mistreating Black employees. And not just that, King specifically fought for Black-owned businesses in that speech, not just the right to vote segregated white-owned businesses. Here's another quote from King you won't hear on the radio or see on TV on his birthday. He said this: we've got to strengthen Black institutions. I call upon you to take your money out of those banks downtown and deposit it into Tri-State Bank. I want a bank-in movement, not just a sit-in movement. We're just telling you to follow what we're doing. Put your money there. Put your money there. Well, we did it. Instead, 2 decades after King's murder, it became fashionable to abandon the Black banks and businesses, to show proof that we're good enough to buy our businesses once denied to us. So within 20 years after we lost King, 85% of those 120 Black-owned banks disappeared. In the 1930s, grocery stores represented the largest category of Black-owned businesses. We had 6,400. When Kellogg did the famous study based on my family's year in 2010, they could only find evidence Kellogg of 8 to 12 groceries owned by Black firms in this country. That's terrible for Black people and for America. Black beauty supply stores in Black neighborhoods with 100% Black clientele. Less than 3% across America are Black owned. You know it, you've seen it, you know it's not right. And not just the banks, the groceries, and the beauty supply stores. We lost Black hair care too. But one industry birthed by the Black community, belonging to us, celebrating us, sustaining us, helping us, especially Black women, thrive and achieve the American dream. In 1986, again, less than 2 decades after King died and asked to buy Black, Irvin J. Barker, CEO of Revlon, when asked about competition from Black-owned firms in the Black hair care industry, Barker said this to Newsweek. In the next couple of years, the Black-owned businesses will disappear. They'll all be sold to white people. He was right. Fort Wade, Best Jam, Carefree Curl, Strength of Nature, Cream of Nature, Dark and Lovely, Dark and Natural, Smooth and Shine, Stay Soft Grow, Carol's Daughter, all owned by L'Oreal, a French company owned by Lillian Bettencourt, who died in 2017, the world's richest woman. Why? Because by 2000, L'Oreal owns all the largest Black hair care companies. And a couple of years ago, Unilever, Dutch-owned, put the nail on the coffin when they bought Nubian brands. Sisters, y'all know what I'm talking about. All those shea moisture products. All these brands and companies are no longer Black-owned. And the fantastic Black-owned companies we do still have can't get into the big retailers because L'Oreal's and Unilever's edge them out. Less than 5% of the Black hair care aisle is represented by Black-owned brands. Plenty of kids call beautiful Black faces on the box. Companies who own it, not there. L'Oreal is not doing business with Black entrepreneurs either. No Black suppliers. I think our research. No Black suppliers, just Black buyers. All those jobs, businesses, dreams, all those billions and Black intergenerational wealth and entrepreneurship. Pure power from our Black hair. All that money goes, who knows where? I know where it ain't at. Lane Gary, Oakland, Baltimore, here in Philly. That's what partner wanted. That's what we promised, planned for, and predicted. And it happened. Our own Langston Hughes predicted what would happen to us without economic unity. He wrote this poem called The Ballad of Booker T. The tallest tower and tumble down if it not be rooted in solid ground. So being a far-seeing, practical man, he said, train your head, your heart, and your hand. Your fate is here and not afar. So let down your bucket where you are. Your fate is here and not afar. So let down your bucket where you are. Put your money there. So I pour into my bucket every day. My daughter's a pediatrician, orthodontist, my family's dentist, dermatologist, oncologist, dermatologist, John's chiropractor, optometrist, my glasses, none John glasses, his contact lenses, all Black, the lawyer, real estate agent, my financial investment advisor, and insurance agent, well, of course, he's my husband. And in case you forgot, he is Black. No surprise, some people ask me. Our wine, our vodka, whiskey, the popcorn we eat, our seasonings, our sauces, John's dress shirts, ties, stuffing, his underwear, all my makeup, my perfume, my hair products, my vitamins, my dog food. My favorite, I got that dog food from Shoppe. My favorite bakery, my coffee shops, hotels we go to when we can, restaurants, my designer purses. I got a beautiful purse I rock here today. My shoes, my nail salon, my spa. I don't think we have enough time today, y'all. Just, oh yes, my mortgage and my second mortgage, all Black homes. Yes, on many beautiful days like this, we have in Chicago, you will see me letting down my bucket on the back porch of my house. It's mortgaged with a Black-owned bank, with my shades from a Black-owned company, sipping on some wine from a Black family firm. Heritage Link Brands, owned by Harvard MBA couple Kyrie and Selena Cooper. Heritage, my wine company, is the largest company in the industry to trade and sell Africa's Black-made wines. One of those winemakers is House of Mandela, led by the women of the Mandela family, Marcini and Queenie, respectively the daughter and granddaughter of Nelson Mandela. Another one of my favorites is Bukatabe. Bukatabe. I drink a lot Yes, every day. I drink that Bucatare wine every day. I make that sacrifice. Because there's nothing better than I drink that wine after my community was all day, little day, before the power I live. Got sacrifice. We're entitled to equality, but we must earn empowerment. Let's say that together. Entitled to equality, we have to earn our power with our dollars and our friends. Seriously though, seriously. I hope that we don't let this turn into another business card exchanging bonanza, another pretty people post with a signature card, another network affair where nothing is netted and no one is done. Please, is that really why we're here? Is that why you invited me? Is that why Suleiman, Lucian, and the rest of this team worked tirelessly to provide us such an extraordinary forum and such a magnificent, world-class, astonishingly awesome keynote speaker? King on, down on his own, but we're still here. And so is racism and inequality, we're still gave their lives to fight. We are feeling what they felt back then, right? The systemic racism in education, housing, and health, the neglect, the exploitation, the attacks from the police. We feel what they felt. So we have to fight like they fought and buy like they fought. Say that with me so I know you understand. Let's fight like they fought and buy like they bought. King said it's true. The inseparable twin of racial injustice is economic injustice. So are you ready? I keep asking because I really want to know. Are you going to go back to that black-owned business where you might not have got great service? You gave Trump a try, can't work a sister to get a second chance? Look, I know, but I've tried. I know we can drink our way to justice, freedom, and empowerment. I tried. I did the research. Unfortunately, we can't do that, but you can make sure you go to a black-owned restaurant 3 times a month. You go to a black-owned restaurant and you claim it doesn't exist, but you never look for. You can put a little money in a black-owned bank. You can look for and demand more black-made products at the grocery store. You can stay in black-owned hotels when you can't support your black chamber, and stop going to non-black-owned nail salons, spas, and beauty supply stores. Just stop. If you're black and proud, you have to, and no one is stopping you from doing all those things. I'm not asking you to do anything I don't do myself. This is what I do, because I want justice. I want justice, and I'm looking for it here. That's why I got on that plane last night. Let's fight back by buying black. Are you ready for that? Are you ready? Unemployment instead of claiming unemployment. Are you ready for our politicians to see that unity and that power from us and recognize it in their positions and their policies? For us to reciprocate that respect by putting them and keeping those public servants who fight for black and brown people openly in office. Do you see that? Are you ready for that? Or am I moving a little too fast and furious for you this Sunday in Philadelphia? I don't know, someone told me that y'all ready for a revolution here. But you're wrong. You can't do it with the vote alone, with politics alone, with protests alone. We can't keep fighting racism without protests, then enabling racism without purchases. I know that's not good. Say that with me too. We can't keep fighting racism. Without protests. Then enabling it without purchases. Yes. I'm pushing y'all, I know. But you can't know, seriously now. You can't know how much you guys are giving me, blessing me by having me here at this focus economic summit on King Weekend. So when you think you know, you think you are helping me get this message out, supporting me and being my friend. You think you know, but you can't. Last year, MLK weekend, I was in Keynote. In my last couple of weeks, about to start 4 months of daily radiation. I lasted 4 months with all my long hair, and then finally in January 2021, my hair started coming out in clumps, and I had bald spots everywhere, so I couldn't hide it anymore. And I was too sick to speak anywhere, as I always do for MLK. So instead, to honor King, I had my daughter shake my head as I cried, and when I was done crying and feeling sorry for myself, I put on my little chemo beanie and I posted my tribute to MLK on social media. My whole life I've had hair down to my butt, just like my mother. You've all seen my headshot, my TED Talks and videos. I am really sad and self-conscious about losing my hair. So for the past year when I speak or lecture or do Zoom calls or interviews, I wear this wig. Nowhere near as beautiful as my real hair was, but the Cancer Center made it especially for me. And I wore it today because Suleiman gave me a job to do today, so I put my wig on and I ran. But you know what? I'm done now. And I hate this thing. And while I hate how I look without it, I hate how it makes me feel even more. It makes me feel ashamed. It makes me feel weak. On King Weekend and here with you and for you. I feel proud. I feel strong, but I am strong. And I don't care what I'm about to say. And I'm glad that I told you now because I want you to see that I'm about walking the walk. Real stories of sacrifice. And this is real. This is sacrifice. And y'all just give me a couple more minutes, it is Sunday, and I want to share a church scripture from the Bible. And help me, and I want to give up, and it can help you too. Listen to this, the Bible says that after the king of Babylon sieged Jerusalem, he took young Daniel, who was especially smart and strong, from his comfortable life for the express purpose of being trained and integrated into ways of Babylonians and to serve the king. Daniel endured the training, but he didn't want to lose his soul. Verse 8, Daniel. But Daniel resolved that he wouldn't defile himself with the king's rich food and with the wine he drank. And for this sacrifice, God rewarded him with strength to endure and protect him from the evil guards. The scripture says, God gave Daniel favor in the sight of That's a wonderful story about making a sacrifice in God's grace. So let me tell you how it touched me, and then I'll let y'all go. In verses 12 and 13, Daniel proposed an experiment. He said he didn't want to eat the king's food, but at the same time, he didn't want to get starved or killed or beaten. An experiment. Daniel says, please test us for 10 days on a diet of vegetables and water, and at the end of the 10 days, see how we look compared to the young men who are eating the king's food. Do you see it now? I am
come down and talk to mayoral candidates, recently came to the board. Talk to Mike, who just joined us on Zoom and online as well. That was Maggie Anderson. The church say amen. I said I wasn't going to cry. Every time I see her, every time she speaks, you hear her heart, you hear her passion, her vulnerability, her love for our community, actual steps. I know we're having a mayoral forum, but I want us to come here today anytime we think that someone's going to ignite us with success or keep us from being successful. But regardless of who becomes mayor next, you can take agency, we can take agency within our own community to leverage our talents, to leverage our innovation, to leverage our skill sets, to leverage our dollar, and we can leverage our vote, right? To move the needle in Philadelphia. We have 600 cars and keys. We anticipate a third show up, so probably all here. About 2/3 always live. And we have folks that are on Zoom and obviously on live stream as well on YouTube join us here. I know we have some press today here as well. What I'm going to ask now is probably give you the break. We're going to move right into this next session we have our mayoral candidates here. We're a little bit over the time, but we don't have to go home. This is our house. So those who have to watch the lead, that'll be fine. But we can go a little bit over. But I'm going to ask all the mayoral candidates. I'm going to add a couple of chairs here. We actually have. I'm going to ask all the mayoral candidates to come to the stage.
Live streaming, they can't see. You're good. He's still in the way. Still in the way.
everyone, and we can actually, I know, Maggie's not going anywhere, so she will be here. She'll be selling books. And we get order back in the world.
It's tight.
All right, we're going to call order back in the room here. I know we wanted to crack through some breaks, but we're going to get right into the next presentation. So I'm going to ask you, if you want to continue to network, please step out the room into the hallways, and so we can move forward with the program. So I understand someone to network, but please take it to the hallways for those who want to continue networking. All right. You can ask the person next to you to be quiet. All right. First, I want to thank all the candidates who are on stage. Please give them a round of applause for coming here, finding it important enough to be here today. They didn't know that we were going to build this forum like this. Some may, because they've been to our events in the past. In 2015, many of you were part of events that we hosted in Philadelphia. You remember Black Voters Matter here in Philadelphia. I know that it's going to become a national movement, but you all started right here in Philadelphia. We should go on anywhere else. Voters Matter and not Voters Matter. They never reached out, but they always laughed about that. But the reality is, I know we made a call for you all to come out to hear about campus. I knew that you would show up. I knew that you care about the city. We appreciate you answering the questions. Many times, candidates and folks who are running for office don't think that Black folks are as engaged or involved or are thinking about these things. Think that we can get together for social events, but not serious conversations like this. And so I appreciate you all always showing up and asking the right questions. And today, this year, we are going to be electing the 100th mayor of Philadelphia. And the folks on the stage here are putting their hat in the ring. We did actually had a process for each of them to fill out and to let us know they're going to be here and share some information. I do want to recognize that Reverend Bloom is here as well. But did get the information a little bit late and was not able to participate. But we're ending him, maybe having him share a few words as well.
Thank you so very much.
Absolutely. We didn't have the stage big enough for many more. But I do want to give a chance for those who did take the time to fill out our information and share that they want to be here. As I mentioned earlier, this is part of every voice, every vote. And Portia is here as well. Portia Richard, who's also helping lead the initiative here. I'm really excited about it. I know we're not going to have enough time to talk about all the topics that we want to know about our next mayor. And everyone on this stage will have to be the mayor for all the city of Philadelphia and all different communities of the city. And many of those different constituents will have an opportunity to ask questions. And I hope that you plug in for all those different conversations to hear about all the different topics that the mayor will have purview over and move within the city. We ask questions about what topics mean the most to those of you in the room. I know education was top of mind. Public safety was top of mind. So we're not just thinking about ourselves, but thinking about the city as a whole. But in the theme of this conversation here today, we're going to talk about economic development. We're going to talk about the Black community, and really the continuation of what Maggie's conversation was about, the continuation of the conversation we had here today. I'm always an advocate for you because I know that you are all many of the folks who did what society said to do to be successful, right? Went to school, got the education, but many times are unemployed, underemployed at a disproportionate rate, not getting into that upper middle class, not being able to move and be that aspirational capital that we need in our city for our young people. Does that make sense? Because if they can't see it, they won't believe it. And you are all the aspirational capital in this city to say, hey, if you do what society said to do to be successful, you can be successful. Otherwise, they won't ever go that route. They'll find other alternatives that many times find them in, detrimental circumstances in life. So I'm always an advocate for those of you in this room, but also making sure that we live as we find. Does that make sense? Which is important, and that is when we ask you to sign up for the BBEx network, things, what you agreed to is to live as you find and to make deposits into the city so we all can make withdrawals. All right? And today, so we're going to talk about economic development. We're going to ask some questions to the individuals on the stage. We have my good friend here, Anthony McIntyre, who's our timekeeper. He is from New York, so if you don't mind cutting you off. I've driven to New York a few times. I'm a fraternity brother as well, so Mega Sci-Fi doesn't mind. Let it down every once in a while, right? So he's going to have some prompts here. Each of the questions is mainly going to be 3-minute answers. The questions we did not give the candidates the questions ahead of time. I believe the questions that we ask should not be the first time you're thinking about these things. So many times, brevity just shares that you probably thought about it a few times. You can be very concise and to the point on how you're going to move the needle. We're not going to get the whole story here today. Won't be time to pontificate on different ideas, but to really talk to maybe some of the work that they've done, as well as what their vision is for the future of the city. And what we're going to do, I have my friend and colleague here. Please give a round of applause again for Ms. Regina Harrison, who is the president and CEO of the African American Chamber of Commerce. And we knew that they would be one of these, that their voice is here, and they are huge advocates for Black businesses. So they're going to ask questions, ask questions as well. I'm going to kick it off with a few kind of high-level questions, and then Regina's going to come to the podium and ask a couple of questions as well. Because we have 8 candidates, we don't have a lot of time. We did 2 hours, seems like a lot of time. Ultimately, it comes down to about 15 minutes per candidate. So we have to be very concise to answer the questions as well. So my first question is, and I just want to, in context, I don't have to follow, I have a few things I was going to talk about as far as government, they has to, recognize that they're playing a role in many of the inequities that has affected Black community, right, historically. And on the eve of Martin Luther King, 2 weeks before Black History Month, the month that is designated to kind of recognize Black history, if you will, and it's a time to reflect on how far we've come, but also how far we still need to go. And my first question, and I do want to let you know what we're going to do to make it a little more equitable as well, is we are going to ask the question, and then we're going to pull a name out of the hat, or out of the jar here, and that will be the first person who answers the question. And then we'll go to the right, we'll go from left to right, and then we'll come back to that person. The same person will not get the first question twice because I'm going to take the name out of the hat for the jar. And so not everyone maybe get an opportunity. We'll have 8 questions, but we'll switch it up a little bit. But once we get the first person, we'll go around. So the first question is, in 1 minute, and 60 seconds, and again, Andy McIntyre going to give kind of a countdown to 30 seconds and 10 seconds on this one. But in 1 minute, if you wouldn't mind just sharing with those in the room, why? Why do you want this job? Why do you want this job? I asked Gina full name. We'll start with Helen Gamble. Why do you want this job? 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. I am a longtime fighter who has worked for the health and well-being of Philadelphians all my life against powerful interests. I'm an organizer, I'm a public policy maker, and what I've always believed is that this city has to rise from its people. As much as we want to talk about how much we want government to work in our best interest, it's very clear that this game, and the economic game in particular, has been rigged against people for a very long time. And the only way to unrig it is to actually bring a purposeful, intentional, and relentless force of people to unrig systems that have long worked to keep people down here in the city of Philadelphia. I have brought that effort, and the next mayor needs to be a proven fighter against the status quo. I came into office to make sure that I finished the job that I started 30 years ago when I was a teacher in the public schools. I made sure that I'm looking for mayor because I want to finish the job when we are fighting for economic opportunity for everybody. I look forward to doing more of that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Derek Green, running for mayor, and I'm running for mayor because I believe Philadelphians should expect more and deserve better from our city. Now, we're here celebrating and reflecting on the legacy of Dr. King. As we all know, when he was assassinated, he was fighting for economic development rights in Memphis. That's what we have not seen in this city. The last speaker we had was very emotional, very powerful about what we need to do in the city. But some of the people who are running for mayor don't understand the phrase when I say we need a major moment in this city. We have public safety issues, we have education issues, but all of this is thread to the fact that we have historic poverty in the city of Philadelphia. From my experience as a small business lender, small business owner, national leader, I focus on how we can make Philadelphia much more economically viable for people that look like the people in this room. That's one of the fundamental issues in this city. And as the next mayor, the 100th mayor, I'll have a mayor moment in this city.
Politics is simply a tool that should be used to decide how scarce resources are allocated. If the politics is not closing the gap between the haves and the have-nots in the city of Philadelphia, then we have poor politics. We need to build generational Black wealth in the city of Philadelphia while making sure that we give entry-level Philadelphians access to an opportunity to be on the path to self-sufficiency. I am tired of the poverty hamster wheel and programs that are used to give us the 5 pounds of cheese and the butter. I don't want Philadelphians to need the cheese and or the butter. I want you to earn while you learn and get access to the opportunity that you need to stand proudly with dignity and to be able to take care of your own. That's why Sherelle Parker's going to be the one who's going to be able to
running for mayor because I love Philadelphia. I truly love this city, and I've spent the last 15 years working for the residents. Close to a decade working for 2 different mayors as a city treasurer, budget director, and then I left working for 2 different mayors to run for office back in 2017 because I saw all of the change that needed to happen that couldn't happen from being appointed. I had to be elected. So as the city controller, I did more than the financial audits. I took on tough challenges. I worked to address gun violence. I did the investigation into what went wrong in the city's response to the civil unrest following George Floyd's murder.
I put forth solutions, but I couldn't force the mayor to do that. So I'm running for mayor to make Philadelphia work. That's what I will do. I have the experience, the courage, and the vision. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alan Bell. I'm running for mayor also. And I'll tell you why. I love this city. We have tremendous opportunity, tremendous potential, and I will deliver results. I will say to all the entrepreneurs in this room, I'm an entrepreneur. I started with nothing, zero. Lived in an apartment building, rent was $100 a month. I was 12 years old, 2-bedroom, 1-bath. Came from nothing, had paper routes, was a janitor in high school. I understand what hard work is. We need entrepreneurs for this reason. You create jobs. Way out of poverty is to create jobs. But we also need education. We need to put in our schools the teaching of financial literacy K through 12, technology K through 12, entrepreneurship K through 12, and allow students in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade go to school 4 days, work 1 day a week in a job, get credit. Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Jeff Brown. You might know me from my grocery business. And I'm a lifelong Philadelphian and working in the neighborhood since I'm a little boy. And when I was a little boy, 15% of the people lived in poverty. And we have deteriorated steadily over the last 50 years. And I think we're on the completely wrong track. The people that have run this city can't do the basic things. Not the basic things. I'm here to change them because I care. Because the people that are suffering are my customers and my friends for 50 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You have to excuse me for me keeping my seat, but I just had a procedure and I have these crutches here. So my name is Jimmy DeLeon, and the reason why I am in this race is because I want to save lives, and I want to reverse generational poverty that's in this city, and that's why I need you. I have been a judge for 34 years in this city, a homicide judge. I saw the faces of the victims, I saw the faces of the perpetrators, I saw the agony, and I wrote about it, and I came up with a plan on how to reduce gun violence. And that's what I'm going to do when you elect me mayor. I'm going to reduce the gun violence, and I'm going to reverse this generational poverty and bring us back to where we should be as a people and as a community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Maggie Anderson, and I love the city of Philadelphia. Grew up in North Philadelphia, first in my household to go to college. Grew up in public housing. Was an executive at age 26. So I managed the business. I know what it is like to make a payroll. I love the city, but I want to own the data facts that we have. I want us to own poverty. I want us to own the discriminatory nature of our government. And then I want us to say we're going to finally do something about it. And in order to move forward, in a real equitable way, we have to readdress the disparities that have historically existed. The next mayor has to manage that conversation from a lived experience. We don't need folks to come tell us how we're supposed to feel and how we're supposed to move forward. We need economic opportunity and we need real access to a government that looks like us and sees us. Thank you.
That was great. And everyone took 30 time, right? Beautiful. And the more we save your time, the more time we have as well to ask more questions. So thank you for that. And I know many of you on the stage. I've known you years where I know someone close to you, and I trust that each of you have great intentions for the city. I trust that all are well accomplished. But my next question is, what have you done? So we all have good intent. What intentional actions have you taken in the seats that you sat in to move the Black community and Black wealth in the Black community? So I'm gonna have Lena. Everyone feel the question? So the question is, I trust you all have good intent. 3 minutes, sorry.
Oh,
3
3
questions.
minutes, oh.
3 minutes, we have 3 minutes on this one. Everyone has a question, right? All right. Let's start with Maria.
Thank you so very much. When I first got elected to city council from the most gerrymandered council district in the country where divestment in Hunting Park during the crack epidemic where I grew up and was traumatized by what was going on in my neighborhood. When I got elected, I was knocking on doors of businesses and I heard over and over from businesses saying, the city government doesn't get us. When I got elected, I went back to those businesses. And there's not one single bill in government right now around small business tax reform and tax equity that I did not have something to do with. We demonstrated in 2011 when we passed historic legislation. The goal was to eliminate net income because 90% of the small business liability is on the net income side. When I went to the Greater Chamber of Commerce and I said to them, we have big businesses in our market that don't pay taxes because they claim they don't make a net income. And then we have small businesses who are located in our neighborhoods and disproportionately pay business taxes. We went against the Greater Chamber of Commerce and we worked with the ethnic chambers of commerce, and that's where the $100,000 exception comes in. So those of you who have a business, who know that $100,000 exception, I was the author of that legislation. When we were going to property real estate, actual value initiative, I knew the small mom and pop stores were going to be impacted. And we worked and we passed a $2,000 property exception on the use and occupancy tax that you pay to the school district. And you know what we did? We passed that bill and made big businesses subsidize small businesses. The bird exemption leads to 73,000 small businesses in the city of Philadelphia not having a liability to us. It's a little bit, 73,000 businesses. There's 9,000 businesses who don't pay use and occupancy because of the use and occupancy. And then finally, everybody said that in Philadelphia we didn't make things to sell to the world. We passed single sales factor, so if you're a small manufacturer and you're competitive in the global market, you don't pay net income on what you sell outside the city. Tax fairness requires us to call big business out and say, everybody who accesses our market pays a fair tax. No one that's running for office right now was in council at that particular time when we did that. But there are people in this room and people who are ready who will protect big businesses over small black and brown businesses.
So I got my start as a teacher in the Philadelphia public school system. When I came onto the city council, this was a city that was ready to abandon its future. We had just closed down 30 public schools. We had taken nurses and counselors out of almost every single school building in the city of Philadelphia. And we were on the front pages of the New York Times because this was a city that had borrowed $300 million just to open the doors of the public school buildings and to turn on the lights and nothing more. I knew that New York Times story on the front page would not be an obituary on Philadelphia. This was going to be a call to action to have the people reclaim the city for its young people, for a new generation, and for Philadelphia that had to rise. And I have proven that time and time again by making sure that we do take care of the things that make business even possible. The conditions in which businesses need to operate are first and foremost safety, access to an educated workforce, and making sure that this city is affordable and livable for all the people who want to live here. There's no business without the residents who populate that business, who make it grow, homegrown, and celebrate it. And I've spent my life trying to make sure that this was a city that made and gave a promise to every single person out there who wanted to raise a family, that there was going to be a school that could be safe, accessible, and decent and dignified for that child and for that family. I made sure that when young people or women in particular in the Black community was subjected to evictions, we made sure to take the fourth highest evicting city in the nation and slash evictions by 2/3. Because you take on entrenched interests, you make sure that you collaborate, you hold the courts to account, You bring big landlords to the table, you make sure that people get paid, but most importantly, you keep your people housed. Protect people so that they have a fighting chance to get going. I took on the 10-year tax abatement, made sure that that 10-year tax abatement needed to go because we have to reform the city. We need a new vision for tax fairness and equity for Philadelphia in the future. We are living in the 1990s, according to our tax structure. We are living in the 2000s or maybe even earlier, according to our political structure. You need somebody who is going to take on all these entrenched interests that don't move, that have the status quo in there, and we're going to move it and push it forward. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I'm deeply devoted to economic prosperity. Growth. It is the only reason why we do all this work for our schools, for our children. Literally, our children's graduation right now is going to depend on their ability to access entrepreneurship, internships, so that they can actually get a degree in the state of Pennsylvania. We've got to make sure that we deliver and clear debt from individuals. The work that I did in eviction court is chump change compared to the amount of people who are subjected to credit card debt. We're going to clear debt, and we're going to make sure that we have access to capital in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you.
So, just reflecting on your question in reference to the 14 economic development reference to the Black and brown community. And when I listen to that question, it makes me think about how I got started in my career. When I came out of the University of Virginia as a small business lender at Meridian Bank at Broad and Glenwood, and how that informed my perspective, seeing the impact of decades of redlining in the city of Philadelphia, and how that impacted the poverty issue that we have started had in the city. When I came into council, started to focus on issues, how can we make some real systemic change? Not easy things to do, but systemic change in the city of Philadelphia. Things like best value, because I know a lot of small business owners who are not always able to get contracts for the city of Philadelphia because they're not the lowest responsible bidder. And knowing that major corporations who have the resources can bid low and then come back and make change orders and get the contract, when so many people that I know who've been entrepreneurs never get an opportunity. So brought an idea that I brought and learned from other parts of the country called best value, saying that if you're going to historically do things, we need to look at your past track record and not just look at lowest responsible bidding practices. Things they've done in cities all around the nation. And as chair of the Philadelphia Gas Commission, we brought best value to PGW, and as mayor, we'll bring best value throughout the city of Philadelphia. So that way procurement officials know you just can't look at lowest responsible bidding practices, but what is the track record of using vendors of color, especially vendors that look like people in this community and the majority of the city. Other ideas like local procurement initiatives to make sure we reduce the threshold to make it easier for small businesses and local-based businesses to get a preference. That's another thing that has not happened in the city of Philadelphia. Too many small business owners are not able to compete because they're not getting the opportunity to do so, and the same businesses get the same contracts over and over and over again. So we brought a local procurement initiative to the city of Philadelphia. The last piece I'll talk about is in reference to this last budget. Now, this last budget, the mayor only wanted to reduce wage taxes, which would increase and help large corporations. But working with diverse chambers, African American chamber and other chambers, they said we need to reduce taxes that impact our businesses because we knew so many small businesses got impacted by COVID-19. As a former small business owner, I saw how that impacted them all around the city. And so as one of the elected officials in City Hall, I brought together that plan to reduce taxes for small businesses, especially Black and brown businesses, to give them an opportunity going forward. And that's the type of effort we need going forward for the next mayor to understand the issues that impact small business owners who, like me in the past, and like many people in this room, need a chance to do business in the city of Philadelphia.
Before you go, 1 second, we have an announcement. There's a white Lexus outside, LHN 3540. We need you to move the car and lock it, so we shut it out. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. The question was, what have you already done for businesses? And I've done the most important thing that Grandma told you to do. 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Use them in proportion and listen to business owners. traveling across this city, whether you own the business on a commercial corner or function in your home. You wanted Philadelphia to be safer, cleaner, greener, and with access to economic opportunity for all. When it wasn't politically popular, and before anybody could read a mayoral poll, I introduced a neighborhood safety and community policing plan that called for 300 additional police officers proactively engaging in community policing, not simply responding to 911 and/or crisis, but walking a beat and riding a bike and getting to know the communities that they're sworn to protect and serve, and not allowing anybody to shame and/or guilt you because you don't feel safe living here, working here, or owning a business here. I need your employees safe to grow the economic pie so that we can support some of the challenges that we have in our city, like the opioid crisis, that we shouldn't be addressing with safe injection sites because there were no safe crack houses when I grew up in the 1980s. I've already done that. In addition to that, cleaner. People said neighborhood commercial corners, they're just dirty. I don't want to shop there. Listen, I'm a competitive person. I don't want you in the county. So what did I do? We needed to clean them up. I started PHL, taking care of business. $15 an hour for Philadelphians to clean up trash on our neighborhood commercial corners. Guess what? It started in the night. It scaled across the city, and we're going to put it on steroids with the Parker Mayoral administration. In addition to that, safer, cleaner, greener, economic opportunity for all. I got so damn tired during that solar tax debate, hearing people talk about how black and brown people were going to be disproportionately impacted by the tax because they drunk it. And I said to myself, why are you talking about us only as consumers? I remember when every black and brown corner store in my neighborhood was owned by the people who lived there. I started Power Up for Business to provide technical support, backroom support for those who didn't have a lawyer, an accountant, or retainer. It's now the cheap feeder, my program for Goldman Sachs' 10,000 small business program. And there's a whole lot of graduates in the audience right now.
We'll start once you start talking. So if you all want to pause, and once you start talking, Andy will start the line.
So the question is, what have I done for Black-owned businesses in Philadelphia? So when I worked as the Chief Administrative Officer of the city back in 2016 for 1 year, I took it on to help improve the ease of doing business with the city. I worked with the African American Chamber of Commerce and others to identify what are the biggest roadblocks for small business and Black-owned business to get city contracts. And what it was it's too difficult. The city takes over 150 days to pay. That's ridiculous. Okay? The city has requirements of bonding and other financial requirements that make it impossible. So I took it on to go to department to department to push for those changes. And we accomplished some of it, but not enough. And that's when I decided that I was going to run for office, that I was going to have a bigger voice. As mayor, I would take on those issues and break down the silos of the city departments that are preventing improvements and faster payment and reducing the barriers to doing business with the city. And as city controller, in addition to the financial audit work, my office did much work around the inequity in city service. And what I mean by that is we did work on gun violence, but then my office took it a step further and showed how redlining and the racist government policies of the past created the violence, created the poverty, and that in order to actually fix this, we have to, as government, lean in and be strategic and intentional about being anti-racist. And until we do that, we can't fix this. And so my office showed that not only gun violence, but other things
So I'll give an example. City services, trash collection. My office showed that trash collection is on time 93% or greater in Center City and Northeast Philadelphia. While North, Northwest, West, and South have collection rates between 65 and 75%. That is not right. That is systemic racism that is still in city service. So as mayor, I will fix that. I will make the neighborhoods clean and safe and will work every day to help Black-owned businesses. Thank you.
I have a few things I'll share with you. Number one, I will say that when I was on council to help all businesses, when the pandemic hit, tech did well, life sciences did well, real estate did relatively well, law did well, but who got crushed? Hospitality. I passed legislation with support of my colleagues to do outdoor dining, which helped everybody. The initial bills for the whole city. We enable people to keep their jobs. When you work in hospitality, I can tell you right now, people who work in hospitality live in the city of Philadelphia. They don't commute from Malvern or Wayne to work in a restaurant in any place in the city. So we say 98% of your jobs in hospitality are residents of the city. So we saved a lot of jobs in that pandemic situation. But more importantly, I want to speak about what Derek was talking about also, which was the net income tax. I will just share with you a few facts. We did pass a bill. Derek and I worked together. It was my legislation lowering the net income. Derek did a great job. We worked as a team. We lowered the net income, but it's not enough, I'll tell you why. In the last 10 years, jobs created in the United States that paid less than $35,000, the percentage was 29%. In Philadelphia, jobs created that paid less than $35,000, 60.5. Why is that? And all the good paying jobs that pay 35 to 100 are out in Malvern, Valley Forge, King Rush, and Conshohocken. Why is that? Local and state business taxes combined. In New York, 16.2, highest in the country. Philadelphia is number 2 at 15.9 after we lowered it. Third highest, California, 8.8. How are you going to be successful when we're 15.9? Regina knows all about this. Because Regina, with the other diverse chambers, got that bill approved. It wasn't us. You should stand up. We should all thank you for that. That is key. That was key. We need to do a better job. Boston, Chicago, they're 7. We're 15.9. We have more work there. Atlanta is 4. We're 15.9. Is that difficult for you to grow your business? Absolutely. And I know some of my colleagues, Derek, Maria, Sherelle, and others that were on council will all understand this. We need to have a more aggressive approach on the taxes to allow you all to succeed. Because I have a different vision. My vision is we need more entrepreneurs. 2 to 3% in the Black and brown community. It should be 16%. Because entrepreneurs create jobs. We don't need more $15 or $20 an hour jobs. We need more entrepreneurs that create good paying jobs. Thank you very much.
I think I need more than 3 minutes. 35 years ago, I started a business, my grocery business. You know, we have 12 stores, 8 serve Philadelphia. I've hired 60,000 people since I've been in business, often folks' very first job, many of them, most of them in the neighborhoods that you left. When I opened that business, I unionized myself, the first thing I did to protect my workers. Very unusual step. The whole time, I paid my own money to buy back guns. I hear people talking about safety now, but none of them were with me buying back guns for 20 years. I've been buying guns. I think I bought 10,000 guns since I did a business. In my business, 82% of my employees are Black. 50% of my management is Black. The city does not match my numbers. Look at what the record is, not what people talk about. In my business, you walk through my stores, they are loaded with Black entrepreneurs, and it's not new. I have 300 Black entrepreneurs we get through our incubation program. Some of them possibly are even in the room. This is not new. I've been doing this for years. I feel like I'm totally by myself. I don't know anything this city does to help any entrepreneur, let alone black entrepreneurs. Look at what people do, not what they say. When the pandemic hit, black entrepreneurs weren't getting PPP. Philadelphia, nothing. Nothing. The application was racist. I started my own with a 30-day fund with 3 colleagues. Investors on this stage, only men. We funded 1,200 businesses, more than half were black from Philadelphia. I called them at night myself. Am I right? I called them at night myself, not only to give them $3,000 to keep them alive, to get through this pandemic before the government would figure things out, but to see how else I could help them. And people said to me, Mr. Brown, your business is open and mine isn't. Can you help me? And we started bringing them into my business to sell their goods in my business, which led to us creating a small business incubator. My nonprofit work, I started off with solutions, where we train 700 returning citizens. Some of them are entrepreneurs today, others work for me, others work in industry. I'm chairman of the State Workforce Board. We have the lowest unemployment in Pennsylvania's history. This is a very bureaucratic system. I fought like hell to make changes. I don't have time to go over the whole resume. I can tell you that people of color, especially black people, have been my life's work. And I'm not looking for any prize. I'm just saying, I'm consistently with you 100% of the time, my whole life, and I always will be. Thank you.
So, as a judge, we're precluded from doing certain things because of the fact that any business might come in front of us and we have to be the neutral party. So, when you look at me, you look at a person who was looking over you for the last 34 years to keep you safe. That I made decisions every day on a daily basis that affected the lives of each and every one of you that are here today, as well as your families. So what does a judge do that can help business? Well, what I did was that I made what was known when the leaders of Center City came to me specifically and said that they were having problems in downtown Philadelphia with all kinds of things. We put together the first community court in Philadelphia, which helped the downtown businesses maintain their proper attitude as far as being able to run their businesses. What else does a judge do? Well, since I'm a neutral party, I can teach your children. That's why I had the high school, college, and law students always in my courtroom, learning the law, so they could go back and become responsible citizens and lawyers. What else does a judge do in the community? Well, this judge is a lifeguard and a water safety instructor, meaning for the last 34 years, I have taught your children and many of you how to swim, so that when you're running your business and your children are at camp, you did not have to worry whether or not you would get a phone call that they weren't able to make it home. And what else? I teach. I'm a debate coach in the middle schools. So I teach your children how to debate. But what I want to do, my vision, is that I want to see Philadelphia become the center of black IPOs in the United States. And it's possible because I was in a class where 55 people had businesses, and each one of those businesses left that class with a certificate in small business management, and they each started their own IPO. I was the only person and the only person of color that did not do the IPO because I was a judge. But I saw it happen, and that's what it's going to be for you. 1 second. I lead a strong chamber of commerce the chambers of commerce are going to identify who they feel are the upcoming businesses, and they'll be the first class that will get that IPO. Thank you.
I asked two questions, and I want to now pass it over to my colleague, Gina Harrison. Give her one more round of applause, our CEO of Chamber of Commerce. And thank you for answering the questions. And we did ask a few questions, and if we have time, I'll ask another one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again, Suleiman. I'm Maggie Anderson, the President and CEO of the African American Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We have heard a lot about what each of you have done for small Black businesses and what each of you all plan to do. As the President of the African American Chamber of Commerce, I feel all the calls that come from the Black businesses, and we address those concerns. And I've done so with most of you on the stage. But all too often we hear what you've done, what you're going to do, but in Philadelphia, we still see that Black business ownership is way too low compared to the folks that identify as Black in the city of Philadelphia. Way too often we see the policies that come out of most of you, the city council or another government, they go to the mayor's office and they're not implemented in the best way that makes it doable for small businesses. And I'll just note, we can just talk about the streeteries legislation. It left out of one side of the house and then it went over to the other side, and it is with regulations that folks can't afford, it's with implementation, it's with L&I making the decision of who's gonna get these applications or these licenses, and it never comes out the way it was intended. What will you do as the manager of the city of Philadelphia to ensure that policies are implemented and executed in a way that's going to be beneficial for small businesses, especially Black-owned small businesses? We will start with Sherelle Parker.
Let me start by saying that with my intergovernmental experience, I am the only person seated on this stage who has the intergovernmental experience and has seen state government and local government work. And the only way you can do it is to operationalize legislation. We pass what we want, but the operationalizing of it is extremely important. So first, it has to be somebody's business to grow Black businesses and to make sure that communication between the Black business community, the administration, and overall the city of Philadelphia is actually happening. I will have a deputy mayor for minority business growth in the city who will report directly to me. It won't be just measuring policies, but we will grow Black-owned businesses, and it will be somebody's job to do it. In addition to that, you're talking about access and communication. You don't sit down and make decisions about a particular industry and implement policies and you don't talk to them. I call that, I know what's best for you people policy making. The Parker administration will not engage in that. In addition to that, I want to say this. Growing Black businesses is extremely important. 66% of Black businesses start with financial challenges. You know why? We don't have access to patient capital, not the debt capital you get when you want to start a business. You go to the bank and get a loan. You're trying to make payroll. You're doing your job, but you're on a hamster wheel now because you're trying to pay back the loan and make payroll. You can never focus on innovation. So I started thinking about GoPuff. Drexel students, extremely bright. What did they have that you don't have? Are they smarter than you? Are they better than you? Absolutely not. They had access to venture capital. Somebody took a risk on them and said, we're going to be very lenient about the repayment plans. They had access to equity investment and capital. $1.2 billion out of a $5.8 billion budget is spent on contractual services. $6.5 to a $7 billion value pension fund. Who's managing? Who's investing? A $3.9 billion school district of Philadelphia budget. Who's making assume that Black people are doing business, and before we implement policy, how about we talk to the people who make payroll first?
So having a city government that actually can implement policy is the most important thing that the city administration needs to do. It needs to actually make the city safe, clean the streets, and help Black-owned businesses. I have worked for 2 different mayors and have the most city executive experience of anyone running for mayor. I've worked with the different operating departments, and I know where the silos get in the way. So what I will do as mayor is to have someone specifically focused on breaking down those silos, talking to businesses, and making sure that the way it's implemented makes sense. Makes sense for businesses, makes sense for the residents of our city. I think we have so much we need to do to improve how the city operates, and in particular for Black-owned businesses. Regina, you mentioned the low number of Black-owned businesses compared to the Black population of Philadelphia. The Black population is 39% of Philadelphia's population, 39%. Black-owned businesses are 3% of the businesses. The city of Philadelphia needs to take more of a role, and what I would do as mayor is help with the equity to create those businesses. There is a reason why there's more white-owned businesses, and it's because of the racial wealth gap. It's because of the racist policies that let white families create wealth and prevented Black families from creating wealth through homeownership for decades and decades. So because of that, as a government, I would put money, using American Rescue Plan money, into actually helping with the equity for small businesses, entrepreneurs. Okay. Guess we needed a break. Everyone with me still? Okay, everyone here? Okay. So where am I on time? That didn't go to my time. 30 seconds, okay. So I want to just add that I think we need some major change in Philadelphia government. As city controller, I've done things that have taken courage. I've gotten into some political fights. I've gotten into fights with the mayor. Hasn't always been fun, but my job has been for the people. And the way I look at it is that we need change, because we are all Philadelphians. But in order to make all of us rise, we need to do the changes, fixing education, making our city safe, and increasing Black wealth so everyone can prosper. Thank you so much.
Gina, I want to address the hospitality events that handle a lot of that. What has to happen in hospitality now, we have COVID-19. You lost an advocate. When I resigned in August, I was the biggest advocate around COVID-19. I worked with the administration to get all these things done. I was not a fan of having carved up. I wanted for the whole city originally. They got carved up in the committee. We need an advocate in council right now, someone to step up and fix this outdoor dining situation so we can continue with outdoor dining. That's what has to happen. But I learned something from outdoor dining. I put in the regulation that the city had to approve the applications within 3 days. I gave them a time frame. And to the city's credit, they approved 862 applications in 3 days. So the lesson here is we need time frames in legislation. We need time frames, because time is money to all of you. Look, I've been in the private sector 45 years. I've been in the public sector almost 7 years. I bring to the table the unique experience of both private and public, bring people together to solve problems. But we need time frames. When you go to L9, a lot of those bills that are in L9, those regulations need to be revisited with time frames. It can't take 9 months to open a business. That kills you. It kills you. You need to do it in 30 days. That's what I would do as mayor, but in addition to that, we also need to have, I believe, in every council, every district council, all 10, from the Commerce Department, an entrepreneurial advisor from every district to help every person who's expanding a business or opening a business, having them in charge of all the processes of the city. Because I can guarantee you, it's very difficult to open or expand a business in the city. We need one person to go through all those systems and bring it from the start to the finish. So it's one-stop shopping. An increase from the city's perspective, hospitality. I asked in one of the council meetings, we should change the way we answer the phone. And thank you for calling the city of Philadelphia. We're the hospitality business. Every employee in the city should have that hospitality training. And when Michael Nutter was mayor, he engaged hospitality people to train city employees. It's a good idea. We need to bring back hospitality to the city of Philadelphia. Thank you very much.
I've done business here for 35 years. Regina, what she's talking about, that's been a life I've lived, and I can tell you, I never felt valued by the government in this city. Usually once a year, they propose legislation to put me out of business, all of you too. I'm telling you something, am I telling something out of school or am I right? Nobody in the city of Philadelphia cares about us business people, no one. I have fought with them and fought with them. Sometimes it spills into the newspaper and they don't care if I'm in business or not. I have met with them to give them legitimate concerns about their legislation. And I have to mention where the legislation comes from. They hire PhDs, sometimes from Yale or Harvard, or some of the other fancy schools that never ran a business in their life, don't know anything about Philadelphia. They write a killer legislation every time to put us out of business. And when you come and explain it to them, everyone's like, I don't know, because they're not business people. We hire people from the city of Philadelphia that are not business people, that have never started their own business, never ran their own business. They don't even understand what we're talking about. I don't need any PhDs. I know a crappy piece of legislation when I see it, and I will veto it. And I will go through legislation that this group has passed and veto it when I become mayor.
The truth is that I need strong businesses. I need strong Black businesses because I need the base that you give to pay people that can give money that needs to go for the taxes that is going to keep our city strong. So I have to invest in you like I have to invest in all businesses. So my proposal is that through the Black Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Asian Chamber of Commerce, that all of people that are members or do business with those chambers of commerce can come straight to those commerce chambers and get the necessary management and organizational skills to run their business. Now, I'm so glad that Rebecca brought up the American Safety Plan, because there used to be $1.4 billion of that money here in Philadelphia. The mayor took out basically about $350 million of it to put it in his 2023 budget, which means that there's another basically $1 million there. But that money is there to rescue us. It's not there for people to sit on their hands with. So some more of that money's coming out. And the money that's coming out, some of that money is going to you. The black businessmen, the Hispanic businessmen, the Asian businessmen. Because I need you to build my tax base. I need you to hire people. I need you to be in a position that you can bring business into the city. And what I'm going to do, I'm also going to advertise you just like we advertise the flower show. All the tourists are going to know who you are, and they're going to know where you are. And the chambers of commerce are going to go out across the United States, and they're going to tell people about your businesses here in Philadelphia. Because we want tourists to come here to Philadelphia, and we want those tourists, just like Brother Duff said, we want to have hospitality for them. And you are our basis of hospitality. We want to sell you, and we want you to sell us. Thank you.
All of us here are applying for the job of CEO of the City of Philadelphia. And we're doing so because we believe, given our lived experience and skill sets that we bring to the table, we're ready to take on the institutional racism that has existed across the entire city government. Rebecca and I work a lot on procurement reform. There's dozens of hours of hearings where we talk about the 10 or 12 companies that get all the work. The city's law department says they're the lowest responsible bidder. Even though, Councilmember Green mentioned it, they're never on time, they never hire and include the businesses that say they're going to do, and we keep letting them apply for the same jobs, and they get it over and over again. One department is not going to change that. It takes a CEO that tells every single commissioner, it is your job to make sure that we develop scope of services and we build small businesses. We got to debundle. We know the people who get the contracts every single year. There's a short town in Jersey for everybody that does business with the water department. And they sit there in the summer and they plan how they're going to bid on all the work. And in the water department, we're talking about $7 billion of infrastructure work that we're doing over the next few years. We're applying to be a CEO that has to be able to call it out and fix it. And that every single department has to see itself as responsible for real inclusion in our contracting. Law department cannot make that decision. You're a small business and you're a minority business, we make you fill out 100 more forms to prove that you're a woman or that you're black. We don't need to do that. Every time we want to compete, they move the goalpost on us. They continuously move the goalpost. Councilmember Green did a lot of work on business regulation. If you want to open a food establishment today, it takes 157 steps. From getting your tax ID, to getting your license, to getting the health department, the water clearance, L&I, the mayor sets the tone. It says we don't need to do all of that. I am committed to creating a business bullpen that will work for you, that takes you. Why do you need to go to 10 departments? You need to come to one place and say, this is the business I'm starting. Help me start this business. Because you don't have the employees that can be standing in line at MSP. So then the mayor gets to make those decisions. So we need to be able to elect a mayor that can call it out and do it and be unapologetic about it. This is a moment in time for us. And we are looking to hire the next CEO. Don't let folks come tell you it is easy, because people don't know what they don't know. And I can tell you, as chair of the Appropriations Committee, I watched what people said was important to them, and then I watched where they put their money. And it wasn't in the same place.
I said earlier that I felt like Philadelphia Philadelphia when facing all the economic issues that we've got. The most important thing to figure out is how one faces a very rigged system and undoes it from get-go. This is not something that becomes easy. It's not just about somebody coming in. People talk about Philadelphia like it's the poorest large city in the country. It is the most exploited city in the country. It's the most kept down city in the country. It's the most denied city in the country. That is what is happening, and in order to be able to do that, you need a conscious effort to unrig the system. You need a conscious person who has fought the status quo all their life, who has figured out how to harness the power of local government to work for the people, and who has made that an undeniable calling for every single person within the agency, but also all the other folks outside of it. I want to say that I will invest in people first. I am very clear. You can't become an entrepreneur, you can't start your own business unless you yourself are supported and invested in. That's why I care so passionately about our schools, our young people, our children, to give them opportunity. It's why I believe that one of the starting points of being able to have a business is to have childcare and pre-K, which I would not defund, by the way, and make sure that women and working parents can always go to work safe and sound. And I also want to make sure that I invest in the networks, in incubators, in support centers that are deployed out into businesses and neighborhoods. It's not about going into City Hall. It's about making sure that people have access to support centers in communities and neighborhoods. And the second big thing is we've got to leverage capital. We have, as has been set up here, how much? $100 million for Black businesses a year out of the city's multi-billion dollar budget. It is an absolute sin. We have a whole directory of MWBE businesses that never gets tapped by city contracts. We've got people who are treated like subprime contractors who need to be treated like prime contractors. And that does start from the top. That does mean that there's a mayor who harnesses and makes sure that the commerce director goes out and makes it a number one priority. But the last thing I'll say is we need a message out to private capital. The big banks, the businesses, this doesn't just come from one person in city government. It means we need an all-out effort, a larger oversight authority that harnesses and manages capital, spending, and investment here in the city of Philadelphia, that goes towards Black and brown businesses. We're not going to just be able to do it alone through government. We've got to drive private capital, try to drive the big banks, and make sure that the public and private sector is working for the benefit of everybody in the city.
I just want to get back to, I think, the original question that was asked in reference to partners who bring into your government and how that will influence and grow Black businesses in the city of Philadelphia. As the only Black business owner on this stage, I know what it's like when you're trying to open up a retail store where you're right on Germantown Avenue. And even though I've worked in the city, the challenges we had in reference to getting a business privilege license and a tax account, and all the different issues that people in this room who own businesses have to deal with every single day. But it's easy to talk about some of the things you're going to do, but as some of my competitors have said, this is an interview for the next CEO of the city of Philadelphia. This is not on-the-job training. This is about how we're going to move our city forward, making sure that in my administration, every single department is going to understand the lived experience I have had as a Black business owner. The challenge that you have to deal with every single day to try to keep your business viable, meeting a payroll, knowing you're going to pay all these other things before you pay yourself. What's going to happen the next day in reference to your business and your family, and dealing with those issues. Those are the type of things that my employees and also my department heads will have to understand. And sometimes you go against people that you supported or known you for some time. That's why when I decided to create the idea of a public bank here in the city of Philadelphia, to try to provide access to credit for Black businesses, because from my experience as a small business lender for River Bank in North Philadelphia, I saw how many Black businesses were not able to grow. When we think about the last 2 years, we've had over 500 homicides. We heard the African American population is 39%, but only 6% of the businesses and employees are owned by African Americans. Those numbers are not coincidental. Those are why we have some of the big issues we have in our city. One of the best ways to reduce gun violence is to give someone a job. The best creators of jobs are small businesses, especially Black and brown businesses, which we as a city are not doing in the city of Philadelphia. That's why it's important to have someone who's in City Hall, room 215, who understands those issues because they had that lived experience of trying to grow a business and deal with the issues we see in the city of Philadelphia. All these things are interconnected. It's very easy to say what we're going to do, but what have you done and what's been your lived experience on those issues? Have you helped grow Black businesses? Have you looked at some of the systemic issues like redlining and access to credit, were the things that I've done as a member of City Council? I was very frustrated as a member of City Council because we have a strong mayor form of government. Things like the public bank, which was passed by members of City Council, we couldn't get the mayor to appoint members to that board. That would have changed and provided access to credit to small businesses. So as you're thinking about who's going to be the next mayor of the city of Philadelphia, don't just listen to what they talked about, what they're going to do, because they've never had experience in the public sector and know how hard it is, but make sure you understand that Philadelphia should expect more and deserve better from our city. And that's what happened in the administration.
Thank you for that. And I just want to turn my attention to the audience for 1 second. As we listen to the candidates talk about what they're going to do and the experience that they have, as you heard Maggie say, we have the power to decide who we are sending to represent us. So with the last question, I'm going to say this, and I see our chairman of the African American Chamber of Commerce here. I just want to shout him out because he and I, Javon we spend every Tuesday talking about the different economic development opportunities in the city of Philadelphia. When you look at the World Cup soccer that's coming to Philadelphia, when you look at what's happening at the Navy Yard, when you look at the Hillco redevelopment, 76ers Place, you have the opportunity to ensure that Black businesses are connected to those opportunities. Give us 3 priorities, if you will, to ensure that Black businesses are connected to the economic development that is going on in Philadelphia. We will start with Alan Donovan.
Repeat the question again, just one minute.
Given the development, economic development that's going on in Philadelphia, we're talking about 76ers Place possibly, we're talking about Hillco redevelopment, we're looking at the World Cup, and because I am representing the African American Chamber of Commerce, I want to know what is the commitment or what is the priorities by each of you if we send you to be our 100th mayor and you're going to represent the Black small business community. What are you going to do to ensure that they're connected to those opportunities?
First of all, the answer is yes, I will represent the Black and brown community in all those events. I do think that Mosaic is represented right now with the Sixers new building where they happen. I'm not sure where it's going to happen right now. But I know that Mosaic is represented. We need to make sure that all Black and brown businesses are represented. You have a city that is the majority of the population is Black and brown. That should be reflected in all of the development. It should be reflected across the board. Otherwise, you're not really having a fair city. So that would be a priority. You have my commitment on that. I will do whatever, and I will say this, my style of leadership is that I don't always have all the answers. But I would ask other people, whether they're in this room, the African American Chamber, or other areas, to come to the table to share with me what are the best ideas. And I'll share with you just a few of them, if you understand my style. Back in August of 21, on the gun violence problem, I actually called DA, Police Commissioner, U.S. Attorney, Attorney General, FBI, ATF, to meetings in my office, not at City Hall. I did not want to take any credit for it. I wanted to try to get things done. I'm sharing this because that's my style of leadership. We had 9 meetings. 4 or 5 of them, the DA actually came, we made progress, I'm not going to discuss it. I asked the mayor to participate, unfortunately that didn't happen. But my goal, at the end of the day, is to do what's best for the city of Philadelphia. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. I'm going to answer the question that whatever is best for the city is what I want for the city. Whether it's me or someone else, all I care about is this city. Thank you very much.
small business incubation. We've had hundreds of Black-owned businesses. Does it work out? All right. And, and it's been a tremendous learning experience. We have not prepared our young people. We have not offered the availability of entrepreneurial training in schools. And if they're out of schools, we have not made it available in the workforce system. And the city's really not committed to it. So it shouldn't be my responsibility to train entrepreneurs. I mean, I'm willing to do it. It should be the city's responsibility to help people get up to speed. I love a massive effort on that. Mayor Jackson is a hero of mine, in Atlanta. 10,000 Black businesses. I'm committing to that. So that's right. 10,000 Black businesses. I'm committed to that. I want to build the infrastructure. I don't want it to be pie in the sky. It's training and capital. Now, banking is not a startup entrepreneur's friend because you got debt service, but you don't have cash flow coming in. Usually in banking, you need assets. I like equity. I commit to an equity fund to finance Black-owned businesses and a substantial equity fund. I commit to it being managed by people from here, people of color, that understand the objective. We want 10,000 new Black businesses. I want to support them every step of the way. Now about contracting. I'm the chairman of DEI for the Convention Center. Since I became the chairman, I've been in every aspect of pushing the boundaries of expanding Black contracting. And I have to tell you, I learned a lot. There's a lot of games in the law, and people circumvent the law to make sure you don't get what you're supposed to get. I am absolutely committed to changing those laws, and even if we didn't have a law, that's what I want. I want you to have your share of our economy. I will fight for you to get that. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I must take an exception. I am a small Black business owner, and I have a company called New Ways Productions that has been in continuous operation since 1977. As a matter of fact, at one time, as a judge, I was the assistant A&R director of Philly International Records. I taught the writers of Philadelphia International Records how to record on 24 and 48 track recording studios. So right now, I'm paying taxes as New Wave Productions as well as a lawyer. So I do have to take exception with that. Now, as far as the question is concerned as to these activities that are getting ready to come to the city, at one time I was part when in 1976, we were celebrating 1776, and we tried to get Black businesses involved in that whole procedure. At that time, the Black businesses wanted to have boats that would take tourists back and forth to, from New Jersey. And we had a mayor called Rizzo, and Rizzo closed the city down for that whole celebration. So nobody made any money other than myself, who at that time was operating nightclubs. So as far as the Chamber of Commerce is concerned, this is where you have to say what it is that you want. You have to show me as the mayor, what do you want to do? What do you feel is going to be successful? Because I don't want to have a situation where you're set up to do something and then all of a sudden that plan on the soccer, it doesn't materialize in the way that you want it to materialize. That's why I'm saying to you that I'm treating the Black business people, the Asian and the Hispanics, just like the flower show. That I want to promote you and I want you to succeed. And I will listen to what you tell me you want to do. Because we already know that we have money to do it. So all you have to do is say, I've talked to my people, This is what we feel is going to be successful for us. And I will have my commissioner of small business success bring you straight through, no red tape, done.
As I mentioned earlier, we're applying to be a CEO of a major corporation, in this case, your government. What we have been lacking in the city of Philadelphia is the political will to do the right thing. Because every time we want to talk about including folks, we start explaining the why, because it's the right thing to do. No, it's about economic opportunity. The next mayor has the political will to say, and we'll have the opportunity to build out the city. Over the next decade, this city will be built out. And the next mayor will determine if we're going to have real inclusion, and how we build out our neighborhoods, and how we build out our government, and how we build the new schools that we have to build, and how we do the Daily Yard extension or the Boulevard extension. We've tried things and they haven't worked. There are people who are running who are very well intentioned, right? And they do it from their space of privilege. And I'm here to tell you that I am just as angry and as frustrated, because all I've ever seen representing some of the most challenging neighborhoods in this city is resilient communities who just want access and opportunity and don't want to do me a favor. This is your government. This is your government, and it needs to respond to you. Everybody knows this is a black city, right? We shouldn't have to say we are going to provide this little bit here or create this opportunity here. Every single department has to see it as their responsibility. Every single department an anti-poverty plan, every single department a public safety plan, and every single department looking at economic inclusion. And that happens with a CEO who has the political will to buck the system and told those guys at the Jersey Shore, you're not doing business with us. Because we're going to grow our businesses, and we're going to employ our young people who are ready to do this work. I am tired of us always talking about this. We have to train businesses. We have to get them the back office. We have accountants. Right? We have business leaders. We don't need that. What we need is a fair opportunity that doesn't make you fill out 100 more pages, get blood, and sometimes you're firstborn to prove that you should have that economic opportunity. And if you're not Sanchez administration, we will be unapologetic about being intentional and making sure that we grow this city with Philadelphians. Thank you.
So I don't think there's any question that Philadelphia is a place full of opportunity. And it is economic apartheid here in the city of Philadelphia as well. One of the most important things to recognize, though, is that somebody has to step into the room, not just act and say a certain way, but actually things change as soon as they step into the room. I think that's one of the most important things. You've got to have somebody, as soon as they walk into the room, systems of oppression fall and new systems of opportunity are built. I'm trying to show that by taking on, for example, an eviction system that was once seen as hyper-efficient because it processed 22,000 households a year through a brutal system of denying people a right to housing. And instead, we built a new program that was the most successful eviction prevention program in the country that's been replicated in 180 cities and counties across 36 states, and it started right here at home, not because it's liberal, not because it's whatever, it's because it really works. It keeps people in their homes, it keeps people stable, it gives them a second chance. When I walk into the room, systems of oppression fall, and a new system comes up, and everybody in this room knows it. So, what I would say, when all these businesses come in with their big events and on the Parkway, and here, this and that, guess what? Everyone's got a fund, an opportunities fund for Black and brown businesses. We've got to see that MWBE Prime Directory filled up and locked down. We're going to make sure that our Chamber of Commerce, that our economic development entities, wonderful organizations, organizations like the Enterprise Center are part of the planning and development of any big event that comes through the city of Philadelphia, because I can't promise that those entities are going to do it themselves. I know that Black-led, Black development, economic development agencies are going to have that in mind. I promise they will have an equal seat at the table with anything that I ever do. But I'm also going to drive and make sure that there's opportunities, that every single opening provides an opening for a young person, provides internships, provides entrepreneurial supports. We're going to make sure that things are funded and supported, and that nobody comes into the city of Philadelphia promising big things only to suck out all of our dollars for themselves. It goes right back into our communities, right back into our young people, and right back, personally, into Black wealth, but also equitable with the wealth of the city. Black wealth is no different from the wealth of the city. We have separated the two for far too long.
So reference to the question about what's your commitment in reference to how we grow the city of major projects. And you heard us some of the major projects that we talked about. In fact, city of Philadelphia has the opportunity to be the life sciences capital of the world. We have an option for some young people who can work in a lab and get a family sustaining job and buy their first home and be able to create a real career. In fact, any of you who going up and down Hunting Park Avenue, you may have seen some of the changes to the old Bud plant. That's been renovated to Bud Bioworks. And the fact that that location is a location where someone whose great-grandfather may have worked in that plant, and my aunt and uncle lived at 29 North Ontario Street, that person can work in the plant where their great-grandfather worked, and I work in the lab and have that same opportunity. But that only happens if you have someone on the second floor who understands that lived experience, who understands that for these large projects, like if there is a 76 center in Chinatown or some other location, understands the impact that will have on the community, that community, and the impact on the city of Philadelphia. And I come from a perspective of understanding how difficult it is to start a business and grow a business in the city of Philadelphia. Making sure that your administration is going to be part of the inclusion for everyone in the city of Philadelphia, because it's not happening in the history of this city. When I said a major moment, it's not just based on just recently Googling Mayor Jackson, but understand what that means in the city of Philadelphia. As a person whose grandfather bought our family farm in 1943 in Peake County, Greenville, North Carolina, understand the challenges of buying that farm at that time and still owning that farm to this day. Understand the history of disinvestment and a lack of economic prosperity for people in the city of Philadelphia and around this nation. So my administration is going to make sure that poverty and reducing poverty is going to be our focus. We're not able to reduce the gun violence in the city of Philadelphia if we're not able to grow Black businesses in our city. Businesses that have been here for a long time but feel frustrated they cannot work in the city of Philadelphia. That's why I left the city council, because I'm tired of the excuse we have in the past that Philadelphia should expect more and deserve better from our city, especially Black and brown businesses, because that's not happening. So when I talk about a major moment, it's understanding for every major project, we got to make sure that we're not included in part of that project. That project does not need to occur. Because what's often happening, we start the project, we're in an apprentice program, and by the time that project is over, the apprentice program is gone, and people get frustrated. It's happening over and over and over again. But it's making sure who's ever the mayor, that the buck stops with them, and we truly have that major movement of inclusion for all people, especially Black and brown businesses in the city of Philadelphia.
I've already mentioned one way to you. I said that we would have a deputy mayor for minority business growth in the city of Philadelphia. In full disclosure, there will be no growth or development in the city of Philadelphia if the mayor is not at the table. Minority business growth, deputy mayor is not there, and the outcomes and the recommendations don't match the need. In addition to that, we're going to find a way to do what I did with the Walter P. Lomax Transparency in Business Act. We're not going to let people throw numbers at you. I want you to pay attention for me, because you can't be hoodwinked. When somebody comes before you and tells you they created 60,000 jobs, you say, oh my God, that's so great. But if it's a multi-million-dollar corporation, I want
It's hard to go after Shoppe.
Okay, can everyone stay with me for my answer? It's fine. So the question was, with all of the development that's going to happen in 2026, with the World Cup, with Hilco, there's a big celebration too for the United States 250th birthday party, I hear, right? With all that going on, how are we going to make sure that Black-owned business and the Black community takes part and benefits and prospers from all of that? So as mayor, first, I will make sure that the Office of Economic Opportunity, that office that controls contracting percentages, reports directly into the mayor. And I will set a goal for city business just for Black-owned business. Right now, it's combined with minority and women-owned. And I think we have to be much more intentional about that, okay? Because it needs to be intentional to fix the issue of racism for decades and decades. In addition, I do think that it's important to have technical assistance for small business. Okay? I will create an office unit for technical assistance that you can call in and say, I don't understand all of this forms and what you're requiring, because it is complicated and convoluted. And while my administration is working on fixing all of that, in the short term, we'll help you with this help center, this technical assistance. I'll also work to make sure that there is strong participation in all of the projects going on in this city. The federal government with the Infrastructure Act is only requiring 10%. As mayor, I will push for much more than that. And I will say we need to have diversity on all job sites. The job sites, the people working on the job sites need to look like people in the community. Because if we have business in our city and development in our city, we can actually lift the people in our city up. Right? I mean, if we can do this, we don't have to just benefit people from Jersey and the suburbs. Okay, so that is the way that I will approach it as mayor. We have an amazing city. We have amazing people. Many of you are here today. The government needs to just make things work. And that's what I'll do as mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for those answers. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague for the discussion.
Give everyone a round of applause for the passion, the vision, and all that committed to our city. Be the best hire, right? And 2023. And I do want to give a promise that Reverend Warren Bloom, that he will opportunity to at least introduce himself. So we'll give you 3 minutes to introduce himself. And again, all the candidates on stage were able to pre-register for the event. Unfortunately, they didn't get a chance to include Reverend Bloom, but he is a candidate for mayor as well. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. We didn't get back. Let's give all our contestants a round of applause. Give all our candidates a round of applause. Let's give the facilitators here an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, Bloom, B-L-O-O-M. It'll be 20 years to the day that I first ran for office in 2003 for Democrat City Commissioner of voter registration. So my slogan is bloom in the spring, do the right thing, I'm from the hood, I'll do you good.
is one of my slogans. But if you're tired of the gloom, vote for bloom. My mother told me never to give up. I ran for office over the past 20 years at least 8 times. Does anybody know how many times Abraham Lincoln ran before he won? Does anybody know? At least 13 times. My mom passed almost 2 years ago. She told me never to give up. Listen, I don't have the money these billionaires, but I would say, Jeff Brown, give your people at least $15 an hour. Get you over $7 an hour. Judge Leon, God bless you. Listen, I support the Hispanic community. Helen, I'm praying for you. Listen, pay-to-play politics is real. Y'all know what that means, right? Y'all know what pay-to-play means? If you got the money, you can buy the office. This city is not for sale under my administration. As a matter of fact, if you want to prophesy your own future, shouldn't it be good? You're looking at the next mayor of Philadelphia. Promotion doesn't come from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. When God is the judge, he puts down the one and sets up another. That's Psalm 75, 6, and 7 concerning civil law and authority. If you have enemies elected officials, or at least half of y'all resign from office, these people are running under gamble. If you give them $150,000 a year to run for a mayor's job, and if you have enemies candidates who put you in office, if they don't tell you God did it, I'm going to see you. I'm asking, who put you in office? Who put you in office? You say God? All right, who put you in office? Okay. Who put you in office? You go to office. That's right. You got more money than anybody here. Listen, I'm telling you what. Promotion doesn't come from the, they don't come from God. They told you that. They were just honest with that. All right, now who put you in office? Who put you in office? Use your own mic. You don't even want to say it. You don't even want to say it. You don't want to scream to the right thing. Until you get 1,000 signatures, nobody's a candidate. Do the right thing and vote for the spring. I'm brotherhood, I'll do you good. That's what I can say right now. We need the homegrown boy. I'm going to be the next mayor. I'm the next mayor for you to stay with them.
All right, guys. Brother Blue, thank you. All right. So we all have interests real quick, right? So 3 minutes or less. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone who's joined us online. With NB Talk speaking for live streaming this event today. Thank you, Charles and team. Thank you all for the candidates here today. Thank you for being here and serious. Maggie Anderson, for a round of applause. For a round of applause for the panel earlier today as well. And you're all going to get a text message. You're going to get a text. One second. You're going to get a text message from Lucy. Let's get a text message from our team. Let us know, based on what you heard here today, where you might be leaning as far as the candidates that you heard here today. We asked the questions coming in. 58% of you said that you had no idea. Maybe leaving the move. But I encourage you to stay engaged with this race all the way to May and also to November as well as we go to our general election. Thank you all for coming out. Good night.
How long is it gonna take y'all to chop that shit up? Huh? How long is it gonna take y'all to put that out?
It's gonna stay just like that.
You can't make That was funny. I made my night. I made my night.
Cameraman votes too. Thank you for everything today. It was really great job. Really appreciate it.
Nice, good. He's good. What you think? What you think? I think Mayoral got the people. She got the people. But yeah. I definitely think it'll be either way it go. I think either way it go. Number? I'm gonna follow the that was good. St. Joe's got one Thursday. It might be there. The word autumn will be there. Spark.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Our work is about trying to be the model for the like if we can do this here, everybody wants to come. Because like we're solving the biggest problem for all of you.
and be like, Nick, can I do this? I think you should consider.
I'm going away a lot, fight social and racial injustice, right? You know, campaign and I don't face right? I don't know how I miss and the way that you make it.
Obama's passing. And said, I received what I want to speak to you for. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So, yeah, right. So,
I'm on the HP, that's my.
We talked with Reverend White, and he said, I want to be there. He says, who would help me? Okay, Graham, I'll be watching. And I was so they came together. They had the African, you know, they did it their way.
I watched it,
and still stay within the structure. Stay within the structure of our template, but so to it that I was so bored with that. It was amazing. Harder than just
She's always been, she was the Ingrid, Mom Ingrid, but she's always been like more of the oh well, let's just all get along. Mom Ingrid on the other like my mama, radical, yeah, the lifestyle. Yeah, and then I have got had a stroke at the stroke. She looks good. AC, I dropped my phone when they talked to me about my mom. And during COVID, my whole phone went out. So I lost everybody's phone. So it was kind of a, you know, a shot when, now, did you hear the early part of it?
No, I came in Morgan and R.G. Allen called me. So Morgan is the brother I was just with. Dr. R.G. Allen is like that's his wife.
Yeah.
And so they called me and said I was like, hey,
Me and Archie grew up together from a little kid. We went to all in the same school. We went to. Have a good night. All right. Take care.
Take care. See you soon.
all right, see you soon.
Where's your camera? Oh, they have the hard one.
One day out, and then there. My vision, I hope, is one in which we're not just sort of about what the city has to look like. Wealth creation and development of our generation. For me, I don't
You got everything?
Awesome. I'm Mark. Nice to meet you too. Definitely tune into my show. Yeah.